Okay, good morning, everybody. I'm going to call the meeting to order. Welcome to meeting number 7 of the General Government Licensing Committee. I want to welcome committee members, to any members of council in attendance today, to members of the public and to the media. You can follow the agenda and debate on your computer, tablet, or smartphone at www.toronto.ca/council. The General Government Licensing Committee acknowledges that we're meeting on the traditional territories of many nations, including the Mississaugas of the Credit, the Anishinaabe, the Chippewa, the Haudenosaunee, and the Wendat peoples, and is now home to many diverse nations, Inuit and Métis peoples. We also acknowledge that Toronto is covered by Treaty Number 13 with the Mississaugas of the Credit. And so I'm just going to go through the agenda. Are there any declarations of interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act?
Yes.
Matt Lowe, number 13, I believe.
Yes. I have to declare an interest on GL 7.13 as my sister owns property at the Brocklofts adjacent to the site.
Okay, thank you. And you filled out the form? All right. I need a motion to confirm the minutes of June 24th, 2019. Councillor Holyday, all in favor? Carried. The green sheet in front of you has a list of speakers. Communications and reports should be with your green sheet. We'll just go through the agenda. GL 7.1, Toronto Parking Authority overview. There's a presentation and also a deputant for that one. GL 7.2 is the apportionment of property taxes as of September 4th, 2019. That's a scheduled 9:45 hearing. So we will come back to that one after we do the agenda. The same with number 3, is the cancellation, reduction, or refund of property taxes as of September 4th, 2019. That's a public hearing scheduled for 9:45. GL 7.4, status of outgoing payment in lieu of tax amounts for federal, provincial, and municipal properties. It's a hearing scheduled for 9:45. Does anybody want to hold number 4? The recommendations to receive it for information. All in favor? Carried. That's right. Number 5, largest property tax debtors with tax arrears greater than $500,000 as of June 30th, 2019. Anybody like to move receipt of that? Councillor Holiday's moving receipt. All in favor? Carried. Number 6 is options to address outstanding property taxes on an otherwise exempt entity under the Assessment Act or Crow's Theatre. And I think I have a motion, an amendment that I'm moving. Can I do that now, or we'll come back to it?
Yeah.
All right, we'll come back to number 6. I'm holding that. Number 7. 1 Yorkgate Boulevard and 5150 to 5160 Yonge Street, designation of portions of the property used by the Toronto Public Library as a municipal capital facility. Councillor Nunziata is moving the recommendations. All in favor? Carried. Number 8 is 1901 Weston Road, designation of a portion of the property used by the York West Active Living Centre as a municipal capital facility. Councillor Nunziata is moving that. All in favor? Carried. Number 9 is 5140 Yonge Street, designation of a portion of the property used by the Toronto Transit Commission as a municipal capital facility. Councillor Nunziata? Councillor Nunziata is moving that. All in favor? Carried. Number 10, write-off policy for fines under the Provincial Offences Act deemed uncollectible. Okay, you're gonna... number 11, expropriation of a portion of 3038 to 3040 Danforth Avenue for laneway purposes. Someone? Councillor Matlow, moving the recommendations. All in favor? Carried. Number 12, expropriation of permanent easements for the Fairbanks Silverthorne Storm Trunk Sewer System. Yes, heard Councillor Holyday. All in favor? Carried. Number 13, acquisition of surplus liquor Control Board of Ontario property at 11 Brock Avenue for affordable housing. Councillor Matlow, you declared a conflict of interest.
We have a speaker.
Okay. Sorry, Councillor Matlow. Come on back. Number 14 is the 2017-2018 Annual Human Rights Office Report, and I believe there's two speakers on that. Number 15 is the update on the City of Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 545, licensing of payday loan establishments. There's speakers for that. And the last item on the agenda today is number 16, municipal licensing and standard enforcement strategies and service standards. There's a speaker on that. Okay, we will go back to the beginning. It is 7.2, apportionment of property taxes for September 4th, 2019. It's a 9:45 hearing. Councillor Holiday, no amendments? Okay, Councillor Holiday is moving the recommendations. All in favor? Carried. Number 3 is cancellation, reduction, or refund of property taxes as of September 4th, 2019. There's no speakers on this. Does anybody have questions of staff? Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you, Chair. Property undergoes changes such as when it's destroyed by fire or demolished because exempt from taxation or reclassified due to the change in use. I'm just wondering if staff can sort of identify or speak to, should this be an act of God? Should this be undue circumstances that a structure is taken down? Would property taxes, until this thing is rebuilt, be put on hold?
Through you, Mr. Chair. When a property with a structure on it becomes unusable by the resident, there is a reduction that will be made to the taxes for that year. When the property is returned at the beginning of the year, it's fully taxable land and building. Where a change occurs mid-year, these tax cancellation reports reflect that something changed in the property mid-year, and there is credit given. So if the building is removed or damaged by fire or otherwise unusable, there's a reduction in the property taxes that are payable.
So if this is a business and the business comes down because of wind, hurricane, like, you know, what our people are south are facing, and until that individual is given the opportunity to rebuild, do we forgive the taxes until this happens?
It's not a forgiveness of taxes so much as a reduction in taxes. As long as there is land there, the property still has value, and there is some portion of taxes that will be payable because the land is always there. If the building is rendered unusable, even for a business, then there is a reduction in the taxes that reflect that the building is no longer able to be used. So it's not a reduction to zero. It's a reduction likely to land value.
So let's say you got 3 acres and you got a building that is used for sports, and all of a sudden there's a windstorm, takes down the building, and if they were paying $100 in taxes, what would it be reduced to until they're able to rebuild?
Again, it would, if the structures or building or the use of the land was such that it could no longer be used, then the taxes would be reduced to the equivalent of the taxes that existed simply on the land portion. We would rely on MPAC to tell us the portion of the assessed value of the property that is attributable to land, and then there's a tax adjustment to reflect that. So the figures actually come from MPAC in this case.
But MPAC also takes into consideration the building that's on the property.
Correct. They value the building, they value the land, and when the building is no longer there or no longer usable, they tell us, and we reduce the taxes accordingly.
So we're MPAC driven in order for us to reduce the taxes on that property. Would that be correct?
Yes, all of our, where there is an application for a reduction of taxes, we get that information from MPAC, and they give us that determination that we do the tax calculations based on their assessed values.
So the property owner has to apply for relief,
Correct.
and then upon application of relief, until he puts up his building, he has to go to MPAC and state that, or would we be able to take that into consideration and just relieve the taxes that individual pays?
No, in this case, we always go to MPAC, and we confirm with MPAC what the value is, that the reduction in taxes is based on a reduction in assessed value.
When an applicant makes that application, or does it go back to the date that the accident happened, or is it henceforth from the day he applies? Can he go backwards?
No, it is based on a per diem number of days in the year, and it would go back to the event. So if a building was destroyed by fire, it would go back to that date.
Is it just fire, or could it be act of God?
Could be act of God as well.
So any act that takes the business down until that business is able to be reestablished, then the individual it gets a break on municipal tax, correct?
They can apply for a reduction in taxes for that year, yes.
Thank you, appreciate it.
Thank you, Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Nunziata, you have questions of staff?
I only have a question because the question was asked as far as fire. So if the school was destroyed in a fire, what category would they be under?
Through you, Mr. Chair, if it's a school, the property is likely exempt from taxes. They wouldn't be paying taxes on the school. so
At
they
all? If it was destroyed, right?
would- Right.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Other questions of staff? Speakers on this item? Councillor Karygiannis, did you want to speak to it? No. Okay. Would you like to move the recommendations? Somebody? Councillor Matlow? Thank you. All in favor of the recommendations for number, sorry, I have an amendment. My apologies. Thank you. The recommendation number 1 be replaced with the following. The General Government Licensing Committee approve the individual tax appeal applications made pursuant to Section 323 of the City of Toronto Act 2006, resulting in tax reductions excluding phased-in and capping amounts outlined in the detailed hearing report, marked as Appendix A, excluding the following applications. Ward number 17, appeal number 201-90242, 67 Citation Drive. Ward 11, 201-90245, known as 251 College Street. Ward 11, appeal number 201-90247, known as 481 University Avenue. And Ward 11, appeal number 201-90240, known as 720 Spadina Avenue. Any questions of the mover? Please say no. All in favor? Carried. And item is adopted as amended. All in favor? Carried. Thanks, Julie. Okay, we are going back to our first item, which is the Toronto Parking Authority overview, and we have a presentation. Morning, whenever you're ready.
Good morning. Thank you very much for inviting us. With me today is Ian Mayer, our VP of Parking Strategy. I'm Robin Oliphant, the CFO and Acting President of Toronto Parking Authority. With us today is Anu Adavala, our VP Operations, Remy Yamanico, VP Design and Construction, and Arlene Yam Fritz, our VP HR and Transformation. Together, the leadership delivers the bike share program and municipal parking services for the City of Toronto. Our bike share program now has 5,000 bicycles, spanning 55 neighborhoods, over 100 square kilometers, and now over 40 million kilometers traveled. Our parking operations cover over almost 60,000 spaces. We manage 307 off-street facilities and process over 35 million transactions across TPA-owned and managed lots. Where available, our GreenP app is chosen by our customers more than half the time. Why are we here? TPA is a key component within the municipal parking and mobility system. complementing, aligning with city transportation policy, as well as collaborating with other city divisions and agencies to help achieve citywide initiatives. We aim to provide customers with safe, attractive, self-sustaining, conveniently located, and competitively priced public parking and bike share services, and in doing so, we support the vibrancy of businesses and the livability of communities through rate setting, which encourages high parking turnover. Our strategic focus. Our key message today is our story about transformation and modernization. With the creation of the citywide real estate strategy, TPA's strategic focus has moved away from real estate towards retail, centering on customer service. In order to meet our mandate, we must focus on our customer service delivery and ensure that we meet and exceed our customer expectations. Accordingly, we rank and assess our initiatives for the benefits to our customers and the stakeholders, and for the value and alignment to the city's transportation strategy as a whole. Our focus is to modernize and standardize our operations to provide a consistent customer service model, expand retail payment options for convenience, and continue our corporate governance modernization. We have a number of initiatives on the go. Some are multi-year, some completed this year. Firstly, I would like to highlight our Culture and Transformation Program. Our program has been developed, and we are launching a number of different initiatives, including improving our internal communications, expanding communication channels, developing informal employee discussion groups, and providing learning opportunities for employees, including project management and leadership training. Other programs that we have, contract management. We have developed a comprehensive contract management guide for employees, which includes roles and responsibilities, standard operating procedures, as well as documentation, and we will now be implementing the training program for that. We have been working closely with the city's corporate security services to develop a service level agreement for the security program, leveraging the best practices that the city can provide for operations and security infrastructure systems. We have completed our bike share expansion, 1,250 bicycles, 105 new stations, and almost 2,300 new docks. We have also been reviewing our parking rates to ensure alignment. We do this annually to ensure that we are in agreement with city policy and TPA policy. In addition, we are reviewing our operations and modernizing with a customer service focus. We have been removing the classic customer service booth or cashier booths, moving towards customer service focus, expanding our retail payment options, and reviewing our standard operating procedures, so that wherever anybody goes, they will experience the same standard service, despite the location. We've been refreshing our onboarding and training programs, and currently we have over 3,000 machines on the street for parking. We would like to rationalize that now with the success of the mobile app. We find that we don't need as many. We can start to remove old meters, initiate some mobile-only zones as a pilot, and identify annually. We do search new paid parking opportunities. Key for bike share is maintaining an effective and efficient operating system and ensuring that it is as low cost as possible. We are developing an RFP right now, and we'll be launching that shortly, which will have some improved KPIs for improved contract performance management. In addition, we are currently in discussions with potential partners for advertising and sponsorship. Should those discussions not come to fruition, we will be RFPing those opportunities to ensure that we receive value for the city. SAP, we have a fantastic opportunity to leverage the city's master service agreement with SAP. TPA will be implementing a non-customized cloud-based ERP system in early 2020 as a result, and this will provide us improved automated governance processes, address outstanding Auditor General system automation recommendations, and also help us support open data. Currently, our older systems aggregate and process data in a manner that doesn't support the requirements of open data, including detailed transaction and location mapping capabilities. Key operational improvements from SAP will also come with the automated asset and work management capabilities. In addition, we are reviewing and updating our PCI standards this October for PCI and moving to chip and pin payments in 2022. Our GreenP app is now ready for an update. Version 2 of the app will provide a platform to expand payment options, improve our customer experience, add geolocation, provide better analytics, and a platform to integrate with other apps such as Toronto Bike Shares Cycle Finder. Currently, we manually issue parking enforcement tickets in our off-street facilities. We have aligned our policy to remove courtesy charges so that we can now implement an automated enforcement software to improve the efficiency there. And in addition to that, we are working with the city to review the fine levels to ensure there's alignment with the parking rates in addition to the consistency of the fines. Maintenance shop operations. We're currently reviewing our maintenance operations to organize the how, what, where, and when work is performed, developing standard maintenance levels to ensure consistent customer experience. As noted, in our gated facilities, we're updating and replacing older software to align with PCI standards for this fall. In addition, with the update of the mobile app, we will be able to start to look at how we can integrate the mobile app experience into our gated facilities in the coming years. We will also be assessing pay-by-plate technology trends, moving sessions into the cloud, and how we can leverage those opportunities. And of course, we'll continue our ongoing alignment with the city real estate review. Okay. Ongoing governance, as directed by City Council, we're working closely with city staff to develop new governance processes and procedures for our board, and we will continue to adapt to the evolving trends in mobility. For our first half of the year, our ridership in bike share, despite the rain, has been quite strong. Currently, year to date, we're up 16%. Both our membership and our revenue has increased 38% over the previous year. We are looking at about another $1 million in revenue and ridership year over year for bike share, which is fantastic. Our parking highlights, our transaction volume is down roughly 1% and 5% respectively in on and off street. In off street, we have had some disruption with construction. Closure of certain parking spaces for the rollout of some respite centers in certain downtown core areas. And we did have a delay in the closure of our Queen Street parking garage. We had anticipated that being opened earlier this year, but we have not yet taken it over. For some reason, the last slide is missing our revenue per space. Well, unfortunately, yeah, we for on-street and off-street, we do have a growing trend of increasing our revenue per space. This is a key metric for us, and we will continue to focus on doing so. To date, we have generated over $1 billion in operational dividends back to the city through our operations. And on average, currently, for every dollar of revenue, we return 50 cents back to the city. Thank you very much for the opportunity to be here today.
Thank you, Robin. Thank you for the presentation. Any questions of the deputy? Councillor Matlow?
Morning.
Good morning.
You mentioned you intend to do a mobile-only pilot on some streets to decrease the number of actual meters that you've got. And what would your answer be to somebody who would express concerns regarding those with mobility challenges, or members of our society who are not as acquainted with digital devices as others, and still would far prefer to rely on something that they've known for many years and perhaps have not learned how to use smartphones as well as others? Do you still intend to have a meter somewhere in the vicinity for them to use, or do you intend to just have an entire block without one?
Through the chair, I think with technology, accessibility is increasing through mobile. Rather than in the past historically, individuals at a machine which might be subject to whether they might not be able to read the screen and so on. People with those challenges are actually finding that the app is an easier use than the equipment itself on the street.
Well, there are some, I can probably think of some members of my family who are still confused by these things, and there will continue to be. And I just wonder, well, I think we all recognize probably I'm sure data supports it, and we know even anecdotally that the vast preponderance of people in our society, in our community, know how to use them every day, probably even too much. There are members of our society who don't, and what's the plan to address their needs?
So we're taking a very cautious approach with this program. And in fact, at this point in time, we do not have any mobile-only zones. We'll be implementing our first one soon. And we're making sure at this point in time that there's machine options nearby. So there are paid physical devices nearby. And as I say, it's an initial rollout. We will be monitoring it closely, and we share all your concerns.
That'll be something considered in the pilot.
Yes, of course, yes. We share your concerns. I mean, it's been a difficult transition for us in the organization, wrestling with this idea, and we certainly don't want to inconvenience our customers, so we will be very cautious about this rollout.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
And then the other question I have is with respect to the bike share docks. I think most of us are delighted that there are more docks being rolled out throughout the city. Perhaps not all of us, but most of us. And some of us, like the chair, probably are just dreaming to have some. But regardless of that debate, I think it's wonderful. There were some stumbles. In my ward, for example, there were, I think, some reasonable complaints where the docks had been put in just inconsiderate locations, sometimes like directly in front of the door of a building, like just really weird places that just didn't seem to be recognizing even just preferred paths or how people use the sidewalk. And I ask, has that been something that you have been thinking through or considering how to roll it out in a way that reflects perhaps the best use of the public realm and doesn't inconvenience people to perhaps bring down the number of complaints that you receive?
Through the chair, we carefully look at the locations for all of the docking stations. If there's some that are not properly located, then with a specific example, we can have staff look at it.
But
Curbside is a very scarce resource,
Yeah.
and certain areas are very congested.
I mean, do you recognize it as a problem, or do you just see it as people complaining unreasonably?
Oh, no, it's something we want to ensure that we're locating in a convenient location for everyone. We don't want to be having anyone trip over stations or anything like that.
There were a couple of just weird ones that didn't seem to be considerate to the space that people use. I'll follow up
Please provide
if need be.
we'll look
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Councillor. Councillor Filion.
A question I used to ask when I was on the parking authority, to what extent, and I imagine the answer has changed since then, to what extent in the strategic planning are you incorporating the likelihood of autonomous vehicles in the reasonably near future?
Yeah.
Well, that's a good question. There's a lot of unknowns, obviously, with respect to when autonomous vehicle technology will actually arrive. I mean, it's if you're aware, there's what they call 6 levels, and really not until we get to level 5 do we really expect it to impact our program. But we're working closely with the city's autonomous vehicle task force and monitoring trends, and we are starting to consider incorporating conversion designs into our facilities as we build them. We've been working with the City of Calgary. They have a program in place, so. But yes, we're still in the initial stages of dealing with that. And I think, as I say, with there's so much uncertainty in the program right now, it's really difficult to plan and resource for that type of situation.
So, for example, something that used to concern me, and I don't know whether it's still cause for concern or not, that we would be taking on new facilities at a high cost with a payback that would require, many years, assuming somewhat current uses. So if we're looking at creating a new facility, for example, that would require, operation of 20 years with assuming current situations, are we adjusting our expectations based on the likelihood of autonomous vehicles being a fairly large share of what's out there in 5, 10, 15 years?
We have not taken that into consideration in any of our current projects. We haven't committed to any new projects in the last couple of years since the real estate model came into effect. So it's definitely an issue. As I say, it's a very difficult issue to deal with because of the unknowns in the environment. So.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Filion. Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you, Chair. Morning. Early in the presentation, I made a note. You talked about transforming from an organization that dealt with a lot of real estate to an organization that is now more retail focused. And I had always understood, some of the fundamental ways that you earn profit as an organization and hence paid a dividend to the city was through the real estate transactions. I wondered if you could describe how the strategic process is unfolding at the TPA and how councillors can begin to understand where we're headed with the revenue stream. Will it trend up, trend down as your business transforms? What do we need to start thinking about in terms of that dividend and how we rely on it?
Through the chair, I believe there's still opportunities for real estate through the citywide initiatives.
Yep.
I don't think that potential stream will go away. I think that's a key component to the whole strategic piece on how the city manages its real estate and allocates resources. In terms of operations, our focus is to drive customers to our facilities and maximize the value that we can bring to the city in that regard. So I see us focusing on our retail operations, being disciplined on our execution, ensuring our facilities are clean, inviting, safe, and secure. And in doing so, an area of growth for us, I believe, is through our management services. Currently, we don't support all city agencies, and I think that with our change in our strategic focus, we can, I think, provide far better, down the road, far better services and solutions for other city agencies that would help bring better value to the city.
Now, are you growing in the number of spots, or are you flatline, or are you declining total?
Currently, we are flat.
Okay. And I guess the point I wanted to make was, in the face of some of the demands that council's putting on you, so we're not giving you more spaces, more land, more opportunities. We've put bike share on you, which we know from our last budget discussion is a net loss. And so either you're going to have to make up the money to keep it running, or council's going to have to supplement money. Do you see yourselves operating in the black in the future, right, in the positive? Despite all of this pressure that we put on you to do these various things, do you think you can, through the retail operations, cover those costs, or do we have to think about other fundamental strategic activities to make sure that you're operating net positive?
Through the chair, I believe we can. I think through smart use of technology, the right rate structure, we can encourage high turnover and maximize revenue and grow through our dividend through efficient operations.
Okay. The province has announced an e-scooter pilot where they're going to permit these electric scooters on the road, and that means that the companies that have been interested in this potentially can have the chance to create retail operations or different models. Are we going to get into that game, and do you see that as a threat to the bike share program where people will opt to go to one of these electric scooters, and we're going to be standing to maybe lose ridership to these types of things, or are we going to enter that space?
Through the chair, there's certainly a lot of technological disruption and new entrants, and over the past several years in the rideshare industry, we have seen a lot of fierce competition, a lot of investment in capital, but unfortunately no operating returns at this point in time until a sustainable operational model is obtained. I'm not concerned about the threats. We certainly need to keep our eye on them, but at this point in time, they're not generating profit.
Okay. And last question, just around the bikes and the hardware. Council's no stranger to other companies that have come around to say, we've got bike share ideas, we've got bike share systems and programs, and they use very, very different hardware. And I would just characterize the Green P hardware as, very heavy-duty docks, specialized types of bikes versus things that are different models. Do you see yourself continuing in the existing system, or do you see yourself changing the technology over time into something a little different because of the very, very high cost of capital investment in sustaining the bike share program with the existing equipment?
Through the chair, because of the high cost of entry, I don't see it as a short-term issue, but in the long term, certainly, we would be assessing business cases, and as there's more certainty around trends and technology, we would certainly be open to reviewing to see, from a business case, disciplined business case perspective, how is it that we can deliver a better solution more efficiently.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holyday. Councillor Nunziata, you have questions?
So in certain parts of the city where there's the expansion of transit along the Eglinton line, and then as well as the GO and the Up Express going north and south, there's proposals to have stops at these intersections. There's lack of parking. So are we going to, in some of these areas, look at purchasing property or maybe partnership with some of the developers coming in to redevelop these areas for additional parking? I'm talking the Mount Dennis. I think, Ian, you know that area. Because we have a GO and Up and then the Eglinton line all in one area.
So we've been pretty aggressive about acquiring property and property opportunities along the crosstown right-of-way. We have a number of properties we have acquired, and we're in discussions with some private sector partners with respect to redeveloping some of our existing properties to address that. But there's some uncertainty as to when the parking demand's actually going to arise as a result of the Eglinton Crosstown. So that's been our most active corridor we're working with, and specifically, I think the Mount Dennis location is what you're referring to. So
Yeah.
I've had some discussions with the private sector partners. Right now, the business case from the parking authority's point of view, we're not able to make it at this point, but we're working closely with Crete TO and the private sector developer to try to work those issues out. So as I say, we've been very active along Eglinton corridor specifically.
So you're just waiting for the line to open? Because right now, there's a lot of vacancies.
Yes.
Might be an opportunity to purchase.
Yes, and we have, as I said, we've done a lot of acquisitions along
Yeah.
that corridor over the last 5 years or so. 5 or 6 properties we've purchased, and they're in various stages of development and redevelopment. So, but we're certainly actively working on that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Councillor Karygiannis, no questions? Nope, okay, all right. I've got a few. I want to start with open data. So I'm just trying to understand where the Toronto Parking Authority is with open data. So you put 8 sets up as of 2017. You haven't put anything up since. I see a lot of information on Twitter about ridership or celebrating the number of riders you have on a given day, but nothing about ridership around your bike stations encapsulated in open data sets, trying to understand where you are and what the holdup is.
Over the past couple of years, we have been going through reviewing our systems, looking for a new solution. And the culmination of all of that work is the decision to leverage the city's SAP, Master Services Agreement. Our existing system is over 30 years old. It was implemented in the mid-'80s and was paper-based and designed really without any kind of concept of open data in mind. So largely our systems just cannot accommodate the open data data sets that are required for today. The data right now is aggregated and captured and reconciled in a manner which doesn't allow us to translate it and publish it without being aggregated. So our objective as part of the SAP project is to capture the full details of the transaction and be able to leverage the SAP as part of our ERP to publish the data in a more real-time basis.
Okay, so I guess the difficulty I'm having, Robin, is that, so there's an administrative inquiry before City Council in 2017. At that time, I was told the Toronto Parking Authority was going to be issuing ridership within a year. So when was this decision made that you were going to be using, the issue was around SAP and releasing ridership data? When was that determined?
Apologies, I believe our bike share it's operated through PBSC software, and so that is, we are able to publish that. It's our parking activity today that we're not able to publish.
So when do you think you're going to be putting up the appropriate data sets?
Our current plan is to launch SAP in February or March of 2020, and at that time it would be part of the capabilities when lighting up.
Okay, and you can't put up, so there's a term that's often used in the open data community around scraping, where you put up data in a hard copy PDF and they'll take that data and deal with it. That's not doable either?
And no, because the data is aggregated, we wouldn't have to hard copy it, but we could publish aggregated data if that was the wish.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand what the holdup is. It's been a long, since the first request of putting it up in the open data portal, to have 7 data sets, and there's, 8, and there's still 8 there almost 3 years later. To me, it's quite surprising, and I know to a lot of people, very frustrating. The other thing I wanted to ask around was, I had a motion put before the Public Works Committee in 2017 about a pilot bike share program in Eastern Scarborough. The Toronto Parking Authority was supposed to report back in the spring of 2019, and I haven't seen that report. So I'm trying to understand how you determine where you put your bike share TO stations, because there's only one in all of Eastern Scarborough, east of Victoria Park. So I look at all the different partnerships I have. Toronto Community Housing putting in bike repair stations. We're putting in bike lanes and bike tracks, as they call them. University of Toronto Scarborough has a bike repair hub. There's a lot of interest. At the time I went to Metrolinx, they said if we wanted to put them in the GO train stations, they're fully acceptable of that. Centennial College, TCHC, University of Toronto, as I mentioned, but I haven't seen anything since then from the Toronto Parking Authority. I'm trying to understand why east of Victoria Park there's one bike share station.
Apologies, I'm not familiar with the 2019 bike share spring report request. I will follow up with staff.
Okay, all right. And then I wanted to ask, I was in the garage at Queen and Soho on the weekend. So it's got a Toronto Parking Authority sign on the building, but Toronto Parking Authority is not running it?
So that's been a complicated real estate deal, and we've had trouble closing it, but we expect to be closed in about 2 weeks, and it will be property of the parking authority at that time. But there were some complications in the way the agreement and purchase and sale was originally developed, which we've been working closely with Crete TO and City Legal to resolve those issues, and we think we're there now. And we will be assuming operation, putting in our equipment in probably about 2 weeks. And then it'll
Okay,
be a
so
full-
who built that garage?
Well, the developer, the owner of the property, built the garage to our specifications. We've gone through our site review. We've accepted all of the garage as being built to our standards, and it's just been a legal issue with respect to an option on the property that has been holding up the transfer.
Okay,
I think we're very close to having that resolved. I think in the next 2 weeks it will be, and it will be a parking authority property at that point.
okay. And sorry, that lot goes down 2 levels
Yeah.
and up 3?
No, there's no above-grade part. Like, the building is 3, but yes.
Okay,
So it's the old Mountain, it's the Mountain Equipment Co-op moved from King Street up to Queen Street.
all right.
So that's who the owner of the building is.
So I'm just kind of curious why at Queen and Soho, did the Toronto Parking Authority not look at putting any affordable housing, going down and putting affordable housing on top of it?
I'll say no. I mean, I inherited the project. I didn't start the project, but certainly that wasn't an issue that was top of the map at the time. It now is, obviously. The city's focus has become very closely aligned on affordable housing, so no, it wouldn't have been at that time.
Okay.
It
I'm just
wasn't
very
our
surprised to see a
sorry.
brand-new garage
Excuse me.
in that
Sorry.
area without any housing on top of it when we're, have a high demand for affordable housing in Toronto.
So a little bit west of there at Queen and Portland, it's another, so that was not a parking authority site. That was a partnership we had with MEC. So we really didn't control the land. There is a property at Denison Street, Queen Denison, which is now under examination and will include affordable housing. It's a parking authority parking lot. It's being reviewed by Crete TO and Res right now, and the idea is to include some affordable housing on that. It's
Okay.
become the focus of all of our developments going forward.
Okay, thank you. And sorry, Robin, my staff will follow up with you on the open data issues or concerns I have.
Yes.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay.
Thank you.
No more questions. Thank you very much for coming in this morning and all the work you're doing at the TPA. Okay, we have one deputy on this item, Mark Richardson with Housing Now TO. Morning, Mr. Richardson. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
There we go. Okay. All right, councillors, welcome back after your summer break. I'm Mark Richardson from HousingNowTO.com. Diane Dyson is also with me here today. Diane is formerly of United Way and Wood Green. As some of you probably know, we've been fairly active on the Housing Now project since December last year, scraping data. I want to apologize in advance to the 2 TPA staff who were just up here. We're about to light you guys up, but it's not really you, it's the people who were in those jobs before you. So Housing Now is where we've been scraping the data out of the various sites around the city. Since January this year, our map has had over 22,000 visitors to the site. Our mandate is to be public, open, clear, transparent, and to track against your targets. You've described your policy as creating mixed income communities on public land. We're particularly focused in this year on the Wilson site, the Warden site, and the Vic Park site, which are all currently surface parking lots. That purple box on there, Mr. Matlow might be interested in, that is the catchment area around the Eglinton Crosstown. Councillor Nunziata might be interested in it as well. Earlier this year, we found an incredibly stupid parking lot.
TPA was about to tear down houses and apartments above retail to build a surface parking lot within 300 meters of the new Caledonia station, which is a connection between the Eglinton Crosstown and the new GO station. Thankfully, our protestations were able to get the mayor to write a letter, and I think this is the most important part of that letter. Our priority should be building more of that housing close to transit. So we shouldn't be tearing down housing for TPA surface parking lots. You'd think it'd be a one-off, but it wasn't. The Toronto Star found that Caribou Road was also a location where you'd bought a house you were going to tear down for a surface parking lot. You bought land away from a developer at Danforth and Broadview for $3.25 million to create a surface parking lot next to Broadview Station. There's another one close by Broadview. Stop wasting millions on new parking lots on developable lands. You were talking about the Mech store on Queen. Here's the item from the Mech store. You paid $9 million there for 125 parking spaces, which means that you were paying $72,000 per parking spot. You can get an affordable housing unit for about $250,000. So for 4 or 5 parking spots, you could have created a new affordable housing unit on that site if you'd also relaxed the zoning requirements to allow it to be taller at that location. This is what that parking lot looks like now. We understand from staff that there's some confusion about ownership, but this is that parking lot at 4:45 on a Friday afternoon, and it wasn't a long weekend. This was taken weeks ago. There's nobody in it, and you spent $9 million on it. Toronto Parking Authority was mentioned in a report by the Board of Trade a few years ago. I know Councillor Holyday is always concerned about the finances of this. Surface parking is a giant sinkhole in this city. Discounted surface parking is an even bigger sinkhole. Turn that into valuable land, you get the land transfer tax, you get property tax revenue. It's a much higher and better use of the land. So stop wasting millions on new TPA surface parking lots. And if you are building underground parking, require them to have an affordable housing mandate to go above it. Open data. All of your parking lot transactions should be open data. We heard the staff mention that they're waiting for a new system and there were concerns about bike share information as well, not being able to produce that open data. San Diego, for example, is able to produce that open data. As the councillor mentioned, we were promised this open data in January 2018 with a follow-up in March 2018. It's now September 2019. City Bike, for example, in New York City releases their data every month. Your Green P folks have not released any data. Your bike share people have released data, but they release it over a year later. And they're somehow able to produce their stats for promotional purposes the next day. They can tell you what the busiest day of bike share was, how many bike share rides took place last month, but they won't release the granular data for the civic tech community to engage with. So here's our offer to them around the open data. We want to just produce this information as a flat report, flat paper PDF report every month, and as much history as you can give us, and we'll scrape the data out of it. The lot, the parking district, the location, the month, the capacity, the transaction count, and the gross revenue. We got 15 seconds, so here are our requests for you. Place a moratorium on demolishing housing for Toronto Parking Authority surface lots. Review every land acquisition made by Toronto Parking Authority since 2010 that were designed to provision surface parking lots. Mandate an affordable housing component to all TPA developments. Release meaningful open data, and somebody give Donald Shoup at UCLA a call. That's our time. Thank you.
Thanks. Thank you, Mark. Question? Sorry, Councillor Holyday.
Hello, both of you. Thank you. Good morning. I'm intrigued a little bit about some of the discussion around the finances of the lots, as you alluded to in your presentation. But from a policy perspective, do you have any concerns if the city or parking authority develops housing above a lot and still preserves the parking? I know we've had these discussions at council.
We were talking particularly about that Wilson site for housing now, and there's a lot of hoo-ha in the neighborhood about losing 885 parking spots.
Right.
You charge $5 a day for them now, and they're free on weekends. It's 24 cents an hour.
I got
And
it.
so I think if you're going to build those lots, we have no problem with you building lots underneath,
Right, that's what I was getting at.
but you have to charge them at a cost recovery or better basis. Right now, Greenpeace's mandate is to charge 20 to 25% less than a neighboring parking lot. We shouldn't be in the parking subsidy business if we have a housing crisis.
Do you think you could have both? That you could have a lot, and the civic purpose of the lot isn't necessarily to make money, but to create parking opportunities at the subway station so that people would drive there and use the subway as opposed to driving all the way?
So here's the deal I'd offer. It's $15 a day if you arrive at the parking lot in the car by yourself. It's $10 if there's 2 of you in the car. It's $5 if there's 3 or more of you in the car.
Yeah,
But we do not incentivize solo drivers. I'd encourage you at Wilson, for example, to have somebody stand there with a camera and see how many individuals are serviced by those 885 spaces.
all interesting propositions. I'm just trying to understand the policy vectors that you're taking. And I know that you've got a desire to create housing and so on. I just want to understand if there's another layer that discusses parking cars, transit traffic, or are you agnostic about it? As long as there's as the housing is going up, what we do under the housing is the city's business and the financing of it is ours.
I think we're not agnostic on it.
Okay.
The city has a finite amount of budget. You have a finite amount of subsidy dollars. What are you going to choose to subsidize as the City of Toronto? Are you going to choose to subsidize additional affordable housing units? Or are you going to choose to subsidize people who choose to drive a vehicle by themselves and park close to transit or park downtown under the Mountain Equipment Co-op on Queen?
Okay, fair enough. Thank you.
Okay.
Councillor Filion, questions?
Yeah, just interested in your thoughts on something. So apart from the real estate transactions themselves, which I would travel a fair distance to distance myself from.
And thank you for your work on that.
But apart from that, some of the affordable housing sites that we now have wouldn't exist if we hadn't gone out and acquired lots, properties for parking lots. So my question is that not a legitimate way of strategically acquiring property which can bring in some revenue while waiting for an opportunity to present itself?
And I think we would fully agree that it is legitimate. That's why in our list of suggestions, we do not say place a moratorium on land acquisitions. We say place a moratorium on demolishing existing housing once you've made those land acquisitions, and to review the land acquisitions. We understand there is a capital budget at TPA that you can use. You should be putting it to highest and best use. If you're going to use it to acquire land for a future parking lot, that's fine. You can make some revenue renting out the units as apartments, renting out the retail spaces. Those Caledonia spaces have been empty for 3 years. You missed revenue opportunities there. So we want you to be able to acquire land, possibly through the TPA, but we want to change the mandate of the TPA so that its primary directive is closer to what the mayor's saying is a primary directive of the city, which is creating housing, creating affordable housing. We have a housing crisis. Despite what some councillors say, we don't have a parking crisis. If we had a parking crisis, we wouldn't be discounting parking.
Thank you.
Other questions of the deputant? Councillor Karygiannis?
You to the deputy, and I want to thank you for coming and certainly bringing some great points to view. We in the City of Toronto are not the only people that are using parking spaces in order for people to park and move across the city. Metrolinx is certainly something that they also are utilizing a lot of parking spaces, especially in the suburbs. Have you taken the same case to Metrolinx and asked them to also look at turning a lot of their parking lots that house a lot of cars into affordable housing?
Metrolinx has a department that's starting to look at that, but I'd fully agree with you. You guys are bad. Metrolinx is a gong show. The way they do the development around it.
My question was, have you taken this to the Gong Show?
We haven't because they've just had a recent change in staffing over there, but that's one of our stops we'll be making along the way through this fall.
So when you say recent change of staffing, what exactly do you mean?
The folks who were in charge of their affordable housing component have only really come in the last 12 months since the change of the provincial government. There was nobody at Metrolinx before who had any kind of housing mandate.
Had you advocated for them to have something like this? I mean,
We've only existed since January this year when the mayor announced Housing Now.
okay, thanks very much, appreciate it.
problem.
Can you tell me, if I may, just a few more questions. What action are you taking with Metrolinx? I mean, what are you advocating to do with them?
Similar idea, find the best land uses around their sites in the city. They don't have as many. There's a really good report that just came out this week from a group called Smart Density that is looking at all the GO and RER stations that have been announced. They're not there yet, but certainly places like Danforth, where Danforth in Maine, there's a GO RER station going to be getting 15-minute service. In Councillor Ainsley's ward, there's a Guildwood, near Guildwood Station, you guys have a property at 80 Dale, which is an affordable housing open doors project. We're going to be talking about that to try and make sure that you're actually, putting affordable housing near those Metrolinx GO Station RER sites as well.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Sorry, Mr. Richardson, can you just give a quick synopsis? So when we talk about scraping, you gave the one slide deck with the yellow columns.
Yeah.
You give a quick explanation of what's meant by scraping, and then you gave the example of New York City, and they release all of their data, their ridership for bicycles, for example. So why would you scrape that data, and what do people use the information to do? I know we have the Green P app that people compliment me all the time about. They've made it much easier to find parking. What would you do with that open data ridership?
Well, so here's a good example from our Housing Now project. The Housing Now map that we created in January this year, you guys announced the Housing Now project in December. Within 7 weeks, we had gone back through all your staff reports that are in TMIS, through your materials around Create TO. We created this interactive map that people can use to actually go and visit the sites virtually through a Google map. We've had over 22,000 visitors since that time. Create TO only got their official version of the Housing Now map up by end of May this year. So they were more than 6 months behind when you announced the Housing Now project. By opening it up, you're able to have more transparency, a better service delivery to the public. On the bike share side, here's a map from City Bike that shows you the stations, shows you how busy the stations are. People can model traffic to see where a bike lane might need to go. If you can show that people are going from bike share A to bike share B in the morning at a high volume, then it helps you justify where your bike lanes need to go without having to put bike readers out on the street or do street counts and stuff like that. So this is not nuclear launch codes, right? These are parking lots and bike share stations. The fact that we have to come down here and bang our heads against the wall for 5 years now to get this basic data is mind-boggling. But we come down and we do it because that seems to be the only way things get done around here.
And how long's New York City been doing this?
Well, we could click on their bike share data and see. I think they go back to, so back to 2013, and we can already see their last quarter data through to June. So every quarter they're releasing their updated data of bike share, and it tells you exactly what's in there. The trip history, start, stop, duration, and an optional if people want to put in the demographics of their membership, you can see what's happening there. There's no reason, I mean, the City Bike system is almost identical to your bike share system. They're both based on the old Bixi protocols. There's no reason this should have taken years. You had decent bike share data in 2013, 2014. And then when Bixby moved and you changed contracts, there's actually something on your open data site that says, you know, data prior to this date isn't available anymore because you don't write open data into your RFPs at the city. If you don't tell your vendors open data is mandatory in the RFP contract boilerplates, you end up with the sort of dog's breakfast of stuff that we have right now.
Okay, all right, thank you very much. And I think those are all the questions. Thank you very much for coming in this morning.
Thank you.
Does anybody have any questions of staff, city staff on this item? Can I have somebody to move the recommendations? Councillor Holiday?
It's receive the report, is it not?
It's just to receive the report.
So moved.
Yep, all in favor? Carried. One's done, 2 is done. Number 6? Our next item is number 6, options to address outstanding property taxes on the otherwise exempt entity under the Assessment Act for Crow's Theatre. And I have a motion that Councillor Fletcher has asked me to move on her behalf. She's unavailable to be here today. Motion's on the screen. Sorry? Yep. Yes. All in favor? Do you want? Sorry. It's something about a statue for Councillor Fletcher, but it's. We're having trouble getting it to go to the bottom. Yep. Do you want me to hold it down?
Yeah, if you could, and then we could just distribute it to the members.
Okay, we'll hold it down so you can see the bottom part. Next is, sorry, 7. Number 7?
Number 7 is
Yep, 7's adopted. So I'm on 10. And 10 is write-off policy for fines under the Provincial Offences Act deemed uncollectible. Councillor Fillion, I think you held this. Can you let it go? Councillor Fillion moving the recommendation. Sure. Councillor Fillion has one question. So I do. Do you want to hear the deputy first? Yes. All right. Mr. Moran, sorry, Derek, you're up.
I just want to say, by me speaking at this meeting, this shall not be deemed to be in any way my consent expressed or implied. In doing so is fraud. God bless Her Majesty the Queen. Long live Her Majesty the Queen. And let the record show I do not consent to the unconstitutional searches violating Section 8 of the Constitution Act 1982 that are currently taking place here at Toronto City Hall, as the province has never given the City of Toronto express statutory authority to do this. Now, I don't want you people feeling all that bad about not being able to collect on these unpaid fines with the regards to the Provincial Offences Act, because as I've mentioned here before, the Provincial Offences Act is actually invalid and of no force or effect to begin with, based on Section 6 of the Legislation Act of Ontario, which reads, enacting clause, an act shall contain at the beginning the following words to indicate the authority by virtue of which it is passed. Her Majesty, by and with the advice and consent of the Legislative Assembly of the Province of Ontario, enacts as follows. And then afterwards, the act is, there's a lot of talking going on here. So, I mean, I'll just sit here and pretend I guess I'm talking to myself. So, yeah, so the Provincial Offences Act doesn't have that enacting clause. The Highway Traffic Act doesn't have that enacting clause. The City of Toronto Act doesn't have that enacting clause. Toronto Police Services Act doesn't have that enacting clause. To put this into perspective, though, the Hazel McCallion Day Act does have that enacting clause. So that act, out of all those acts, actually is valid. Another reason you shouldn't feel so bad is this is from R versus Vincent, 1993, Court of Appeal for Ontario, where it said the transactions of independent states between each other are governed by other laws than those which municipal courts administer. Such courts have neither the means of deciding what is right nor the power of enforcing any decision which they make. Oh, wow. So that's a pretty good reason why you guys probably are having trouble on collecting on these unpaid fines, because as it says, these municipal courts have neither the means of deciding what is right nor the power of enforcing any decision which they make. And as Councillor Nunziata knows from the last time I spoke at Civic Appointments Committee, this is from Beatty versus Northwest Transportation Corporation, 1886, Supreme Court of Canada. In the case of Bose versus City of Toronto, decided that even a member of a municipal council is a trustee. So I know that you good, upstanding Toronto City Council members will make sure in the future that not only are we not being charged with laws that don't actually apply to us, but from an act that is actually invalid and of no force or effect to begin with. So in this report, it says City Council approved a revised write-off policy for fines, fees, costs, and penalties imposed, where any of the following apply. Now, E was the operating entity, business, or organization convicted and that owes the unpaid amounts has claimed bankruptcy. I actually have a solution for you people on how to collect on these unpaid fines for the Provincial Offences Act. It can be found in Section 43.2 of the Ontario Financial Administration Act. The title is Collection of Debt by Set-Off. If, in the opinion of the Minister of Finance, a person is indebted to the Crown or the Crown and Right of Canada in any specific sum of money or has received an overpayment of a specified sum from the Crown, the Minister of Finance may A, retain by way of deduction or set off out of any money that is due and payable by the Crown and Right of Canada to such person such sum as the Minister of Finance sees fit in the circumstances, and B, pay such sum to such public officer as the Minister of Finance thinks appropriate to receive it. Because here's something that probably people haven't come across in the Bankruptcy and Insolvency Act. This is Section 12.1. Each of the provinces constitutes one bankruptcy district for the purposes of this act, but the governor and council may divide any bankruptcy district into 2 or more bankruptcy divisions and name or number them. And come to think of it, I do live in something that's called Ward 8. So every province is a bankruptcy district. Who knew? And this is what it says in Collins Limited versus Mackenzie, Court of Appeal of Manitoba. In Sinachich, Justice Davidson recognized the fact that the right of set-off had to exist at the time of bankruptcy. So we have the right of set-off. Isn't that nice? And this is from the Supreme Court of Canada in 2015, 407 ETR Concession Company versus, just to show that there, the second line, refers to Canada and in brackets, the Superintendent of Bankruptcy. So I just want to wish you all a happy belated July 1st Superintendent of the Bankruptcy Day. So I don't know if I'm going to be able to fit this in, but in Re Central Bank of Canada, 1897, the Supreme Court of Canada said, it appeared that by orders issued either through error or by inadvertence, the balance so deposited had been paid out to a person who was not entitled to receive the money, and the Receiver General for Canada, as trustee of the residue, intervened and applied for an order to have the money repaid in order to be disposed of. So it says there that the Receiver General of Canada is a trustee, which makes sense. We have a Receiver General since the whole system's operating in bankruptcy. So you would send the bill payment remittance to set off the debt against these Provincial Offences Act to the Receiver General of Canada, if you want to do it.
Thank you, Derek. Does anybody have any questions for Derek? Seeing none. Thank you, Derek. Appreciate you coming in this morning and all the context around what we're debating. Thank you. Councillor Filion, you had a question of the staff?
Yes. My only question is, it looks like, sort of in going back through the history of this, the impetus for the change came about 10 years ago. I'm just wondering why it's taken so long to update our policy. Unless I have that wrong.
Yep. Through the chair to the councillor, The review of the policy came about as a result of one of the Auditor General's recommendations in 2018, of which Court Services, in consultation with the Controller Office, developed a revised policy looking at current best practices and leveraging what we will believe will be a better technical solution in 2020.
Okay, thank you. I either misread or there was a typo. I'm not sure which. Thanks.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Fillion. Other questions of staff on this item? Speakers? Somebody, Councillor Fillion, would you like to move the recommendations? Sure. Councillor Fillion is moving the recommendations. All in favor? Carried. And that takes care of 10. Our next item is number 13. Oh, sorry, and we can go back to number 6. The recommendation was circulated to everybody in front of you, so we can see the bottom part. If there's no questions, all in favor of the motion? Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. We're on item number 13. Councillor Matlow, you've got a conflict of interest on this item. It's number 13, acquisition of a surplus liquor control board of Ontario LCBO property at 11 Brock Avenue for affordable rental housing. The first deputant is Paul Bruce with Coda Health. Mr. Bruce, and just for everybody, so each deputant has 5 minutes to address the committee. After you've addressed the committee, individual councillors can ask you questions for up to 5 minutes. Once everybody has spoken, we bring it to what's called back into committee, where councillors can ask questions to staff for up to 5 minutes, and then we can each speak to it after that for up to 5 minutes. So, Mr. Bruce, you have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, well, thank you very much for the opportunity to dispute this morning. My name is Paul Bruce. I'm the Chief Executive Officer of COTA. COTA is a nonprofit organization that supports people living with mental health and cognitive challenges across the city. We provide a wide range of services to people living with mental illness, substance use challenges, geriatric mental health conditions, acquired brain injuries, developmental disabilities, and those that are experiencing homelessness. Within the scope of our services, we provide approximately 500 units of supportive housing and support over 5,000 Torontonians every year. Given the breadth of our services and the populations that we support, we are actively engaged with a number of groups that have a keen interest in ensuring that additional affordable and supportive housing opportunities are created for Toronto's most marginalized citizens. For example, we are members of the Toronto Alliance to End Homelessness, the Toronto Mental Health and Addiction Supportive Housing Network, the Toronto Developmental Services Alliance, the Toronto Acquired Brain Injury Network, and are supporters of the efforts of the Parkdale Neighbourhood Land Trust. Suffice it to say that each of those groups believes that access to housing is a fundamental human right and an essential foundation to health and wellness. Unfortunately, as we all know in this room, access to affordable housing in this city at this time for people living on modest means has reached a crisis point. Market rents continue to escalate, vacancies hover around 1%, and neighborhoods like Parkdale continue to experience erosion of affordable housing options through gentrification. These factors contribute to the unfortunate displacement of residents from their communities and the ever-increasing pressures on the city's emergency shelter system. Collectively, there are tens of thousands of people on various wait lists for affordable and supportive housing in Toronto. For example, there are approximately 16,000 people on the wait list for mental health and addiction supportive housing alone. If we are to address the desperate need for affordable and supportive housing in the next few years in this city, we need to employ every possible strategy available, including the acquisition and development of sites such as 11 Brock. So as such, COTA would implore the city to proceed with this acquisition and the proposed plans to move quickly in releasing the competitive proposal call to a select not-for-profit to work with the city and Create TO to design, build, and operate this site under a long-term lease with the city. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bruce. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. And thank you for all your work. Second on the deputant list is Mr. Bob Rose. Morning, sir. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
I'm ready. Thank you for the opportunity to speak about this opportunity which is in front of us, which is the acquisition of 11 Brock Street, which I regard as a derelict property in the neighborhood and stands in stark contrast to the issues that Parkdale has. I should just say, just to let you know, that I have lived and worked in Parkdale for 40 years. And I would say that my work within Parkdale is of a special kind because for 32 of those years, once I'd passed the era of my work as a homeless outreach worker, I worked for Parkdale Activity Recreation Center, or PARC, which is an important organization, not only in serving the basic needs of homeless people and psychiatric survivors and others who are disabled, but also an important resource in the neighborhood in terms of galvanizing the community of Parkdale to respond to its needs and issues. So the recommendation, I'll make a few recommendations, but I want to state emphatically at the beginning that this property represents for all of Parkdale the human right to housing and the struggle to ensure that that right is met. And that this hearing is also critical because this is to ensure that the existence of that right and that you folks and council as a whole take on the responsibility to respond, to take governance for your responsibility and action to transform the human right to housing into a reality. Now, I have to say with some regret that I have spent my entire career of 32 years fighting for the right to housing, whether that was with my community in Parkdale or with Parkdale Activity Recreation Center, or whether it was with the Toronto Disaster Relief Committee, in which I was a steering committee member, and that we still do not have the kind of national strategy and the kind of local strategy that would provide homes for people who need them. Now, when we talk about this, we are talking about a life and death issue. I have to acknowledge that the work in Parkdale in my organization was extremely important, but maybe one of the most important aspects of it was the fact that we were able to find our way to develop 39 units of supportive housing, 29 units of which were done through the expropriation of a rooming house property next to Park. Now, we're not talking about expropriation in the same way here. We're talking about the purchase and acquisition of the property, LCBO or 11 Brock. But essentially, it ends up at the same place. That is the acquisition of land. And I think the person that was talking about parking lots spoke to that pretty eloquently. The acquisition of land on which social housing can be built, as opposed to used for other purposes that are far less critical to the lives and well-being of our citizens. It's important to also know that there's quite a long process leading into my presentation, which is Parkdale Activities Recreation Center to support the engagement of citizens all across the community of Parkdale who stand behind this acquisition. Because of the desperate need for social housing in Parkdale. Now, all of this takes place in terms of in the context of a wider crisis, and I'm not going to go into details about that, but you know that the shelters are full, that the respite centers are full, that there's 1,500, 2,000 people on the streets of Toronto, and that we are losing 2 people a week in deaths because of homelessness. Years ago, Parkdale was described as a slum, sort of a derogatory term, which dismisses both the people and the properties in that particular neighborhood. But we know, and I've seen this over 40 years, how that community has evolved. In South Parkdale, everybody rents. 80% of people rent. And South Parkdale, which is as close to this property as you can get, is under attack. It is in the most serious housing crisis that I have ever seen in 40 years. And now we are talking, as a result of that, about a different kind of slum. And what I mean when I say slum this time, I'm talking about the values attached to the slum, which is created when a community is turned over to the commodification and financialization of housing by corporate interests that are only there in Parkdale to make as much money as they can and take it out of the community for the purpose of profit. What I am seeing on the ground right now is that greed and housing within development directions is not about homes.
Sorry, Mr. Rose, I need you to wrap up.
Wrap up? Okay. So I'm going to make 3 recommendations to you. First, that you recognize that this Parkdale is in a housing crisis in the context of the decision you're going to make. And that housing displacement that is taking place in Parkdale is intimately connected to your homeless crisis, larger homeless crisis. That you affirm the right to housing through the actualization of the purchase of this property and send that message out to the rest of the city and its citizens. And last, that you take action. Taking action on this property is about the acquisition of derelict properties which exist across the city for the purpose of conversion into the housing that our people really desperately need. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Rose, and I appreciate the recommendations and suggestions. Is there any questions for the deputy? Seeing none. Thank you very much for coming in this morning. Next, I have Anna Teresa Portillo from the Parkdale Neighborhood Land Trust. Morning, Anna. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. Good morning. Hello, my name is Ana Teresa Portillo. I am the chair of the Parkdale Neighborhood Land Trust. We applaud the city's acquisition of 11 Brock for affordable rental housing. We ask that the city demonstrate courage by going beyond the short-sightedness of the Housing Now initiative that would have this site produce only 1/3 affordable units at 80% average market rent, and move towards genuine community-driven demands for deep affordability. We are extremely hopeful in the city's intentions to build affordable housing in our community. In that spirit, I would like to share with you our community vision statement and recommendations for 11 Brock. On February 9th, 2017, in response to Councillor Gord Perks submitting a motion to Council recommending that the city purchase this property, Parkdale Neighborhood Land Trust hosted a community vision workshop attended by 100 residents, including both homeowners and renters, as well as nonprofit organizations. This event generated small group discussions focused on 11 Brock affordable housing opportunities and led to a community vision statement and 13 recommendations for 11 Brock development, which I will share with you now. Community vision statement. Parkdale has a real and immediate need for new affordable housing in the community. The development opportunity at 11 Brock should focus on providing one or more of 3 community housing priorities, including new supportive, family, and/or senior housing. Furthermore, this development should avoid exclusive uses, reflecting the diverse needs of the community, and encourage community development by introducing affordable housing and new community space for nonprofit agencies and social connection. The design and operation of this site should align with the Parkdale community values of affordability, diversity, inclusion, and equity. Support services provided through the development and encouraged through community agency partnerships are critical to the success of the development and should be prioritized. Development must prioritize community engagement and partnership, reflected in development evaluation criteria. Increasing density must be considered in order to maximize the opportunity to address the significant need in the community. 13 recommendations for development. Number 1, affordability should be defined through rent geared to income, and income target level should reflect current neighborhood population. 2, affordability requirements should be a long-term, preferably in perpetuity, legally binding obligation for the operator-owner of the development. 3, affordability and rent options should reflect a range, very low, low, mid, and market, to ensure a diverse and reflective community. 4, tenant application/selection should be transparent, accessible, and available on site. 5, the development should prioritize a formal role for nonprofit/community ownership structures, either through co-op models or limited equity options, or through a formal role for nonprofit organizations to lead in ownership or operations. 6, developer and development evaluation criteria should prioritize innovation and partnership with community organizations. 7, formal and real community engagement should be a priority in development evaluation criteria. 8, community engagement must occur throughout the development process, and early community engagement with a clear and real opportunity to impact development and design is a priority. 9, community engagement activities must engage residents, business owners, and community service providers, and address barriers to participation, including language, literacy, and apathy. There must be a clear link between engagement and results in order to ensure authentic engagement activities. 10, design of the site should prioritize environmental and sustainability characteristics to offset the cost of living through rising utility costs. 11, the development should maximize the site for housing, including by requiring below-grade parking, and should include green space frontage. 12, tenant support services are critical to the success of the development and should be broad and flexible to accommodate various tenants' needs. Support services should partner with local community agencies to ensure continuity and consistency of care. 13, the development should include space for other uses, including affordable childcare and social enterprises, community workplace, and local space and business space.
And Teresa,
Thank
need
you.
you to wrap up. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you very much for coming in this morning.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anna Teresa was the last deputant. Any questions of staff on this item? No questions of staff. Speakers? Councillor Nunziata?
I'll move the recommendations.
Okay. Councillor Nunziata is moving the recommendations for number 13. All in favor? Sure. Recorded vote. All in favor? Councillor Filion, Councillor Holiday, Councillor Karygiannis, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Nunziata. And that carries unanimously. Okay. We are on number 14, 2017 to 2018. Sorry, we did that one. We did number 14, didn't we? No, we didn't.
No, we didn't, 'cause we had-
Number 14, 2017, 2018 Annual Human Rights Office Report. Derek, you're up again.
So in this report, it says, this report analyzes data on harassment and discrimination inquiries and complaints made in 2017 and 2018 by City of Toronto employees and service recipients, facility users. And back in April, I just want to point out that they had an item on this harassment at the Toronto Police Services Board. And there it said the Toronto Police Services Board is committed to the principle that every person has a right to receive police services without discrimination, including harassment, contrary to the Ontario Human Rights Code, and that every member of the Toronto Police Service has a right to work in an environment that is free of discrimination, including harassment, contrary to the code. However, notice also what this passage from that report didn't say, that every member of the Toronto Police Services Board has a right to work in an environment that is free of discrimination, including harassment, contrary to the code. Now, Councillor Ainsley, you probably don't know this, but there's a lady activist named Dion Renee who was so dissatisfied with the Toronto Police Services Board, she took them to court at the beginning of the year. And Justice Kavanaugh actually admitted my affidavit onto the record during that matter. And if you want to take a look at it, City of Toronto lawyer Fred Fisher has a copy of it. And this is what paragraph 5 of my affidavit had to say. In the spring of 2017, I bumped into then Toronto Police Services Board member, Councillor Shelley Carroll, at the Canada Square movie theaters located at Yonge and Eglinton, as I was walking out of the theater after having just seen a movie. Councillor Carroll and I sat and talked for about 20 minutes. One of the things Councillor Carroll said to me was that she thought the Toronto Police Services Board was no place for those who were wealthy, well-off, well-to-do to be a member of, because how could they possibly be able to relate to someone who feels they have been marginalized and abused by the police? This is paragraph 6. Councillor Shelley Carroll also told me that she had been subjected to harassment while a member of the Toronto Police Services Board. This is paragraph number 7. Councillor Shelley Carroll did not bother this time around at the start of the new term of council to put her name on the list to become a member of the Toronto Police Services Board again. Now, Councillor Ainsley, you know that recently at the Toronto Public Library Board, I brought up how you had been harassed by a member of the mayor's office when you wanted to be, he's laughing at it. I don't know why you find it funny, when you simply, when you simply wanted to become the chair of that board. And you know what? Sarah Doucette actually took up for you, to her credit. Now, this is the 3rd time I've brought this up. The first time was at the police board, and things got really, I've never seen Chair Pringle look at me that angrily when I brought that up. Second time was at executive committee in front of Mayor Tory. 3rd time is here. And you know what's going to happen? You know who's going to take up for Councillor Carroll based on what I just said? Probably absolutely nobody. So unless this is investigated, what I just said, this report about, oh, we're so concerned about harassment at the City of Toronto, please, bunch of posers, you do not investigate what I just said. Councillor Carroll was the best member of the Toronto Police Services Board, and a lot of people are not happy that she's not still a member of that. So this is paragraph 22 of that affidavit also. And this stems from, actually, Councillor Holiday might remember this, the Public Works Committee. There's Georgia Mammoliti there, and this is City of Toronto lawyer he got into it with. Paragraph 22 of my affidavit says, in regards to the chair telling people who speak at Toronto Police Services Board meetings that they have to stick to the topic, they can't go off topic. Below is a screenshot of what a City of Toronto lawyer at Public Works and Infrastructure Committee meeting said to then Councillor Georgia Mammoliti on what people who go to speak at those meetings can talk about, which was, in quotes, whatever they basically want to say, whatever she wishes to speak to, because month in, month out at the Toronto Police Services Board meetings, oh yeah, here we go. Sorry everybody, I'm being a bother to Councillor Nunziata now. Me, Miguel, Chris Langenfeld, and Brenda Ross, and mainly us, month in, month out, we are harassed by Chair Andy Pringle telling us to stick to the topic. Who is she speaking to? Is she speaking to you? That lawyer that I just pointed out, who works at the City of Toronto, you heard what he just said. Basically, the people who come to speak at these meetings can basically basically whatever they want to say, whatever they wish to speak to. Last month, Councillor Mike Cole showed up at the police board meeting. He went off topic for the first minute of his 5 minutes, and the only reason he stopped is because he didn't want to waste all 5 minutes going off topic. And Chair Andy Pringle didn't say anything to him, so he obviously discriminated against me and Miguel in favor of Councillor Mike Cole.
Yep. Thank you. You're at your 5 minutes. Thank you. Does anybody have any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, there is another deputant listed, Ms. Miguel Avera. Send in note to the clerk's office. He's removing his name from the list. Does anybody have any questions of staff on this item? Seeing none, does anybody want to speak to this item and move the receipt? Councilor Nunziata is moving the recommendations. All in favor? Carried. Okay, thank you. Our next item is number 15, update on the City of Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 545, licensing of payday loan establishments. First registered deputant is Mr. Jim Burnett, Pathway Group Incorporated, on behalf of the Canadian Consumer Finance Association. Okay. Are you using your 5 minutes collectively? Okay. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the committee. I'm here with our government relations representative, Jim, on behalf of the Canadian Consumer Finance Association. The association represents the majority of Canada's regulated providers of payday loans, installment loans, lines of credit, and check cashing services. Members include operators who are national in scope and are regulated and licensed in all provinces across Canada. These companies are focused on strict compliance with all regulation and therefore provide financial services to consumers in a safe and legal environment. The association supports reasonable regulation and Toronto licensing to not only provide consumer protection, but to protect their strong brands and to differentiate from an increasing number of lenders who are unlicensed and work outside of the law. These illegal lenders prey online or in other shadows with no care for the consumers nor regulation. The industry exists because there is a demand and a need for credit for the unbanked in our society. Despite fewer payday lending stores, demand has remained the same, and these illegal operators are taking advantage. The association is willing to work with councillors and the current recommendations with one exception, and that is regarding the transferability. Unlike virtually all other businesses in the City of Toronto, these bylaws prevent the sale of a business. This license is non-transferable, and unless an applicant held a license since May 1st, 2018, they are prohibited from obtaining a business license required to purchase a current operating licensed and compliant business. This means that a legitimate business owner can't sell nor transfer a license to a family member if they get sick or want to retire. On a larger scale, it also means that the brand and the business can't be sold to another financial institution that may want to acquire the services offered by a particular brand or store. For a large corporation with hundreds of locations across the country, the inability to sell its business operations in Toronto has a profound implication on the value of the business and its ability to secure funding. The current bylaw eventually eliminates a business in the city which is trying to regulate. This provides more incentive for online and illegal operators to fill the void and replace the demand. Online and illegal operators are not subject to provincial and municipal regulations. We are hopeful that a way can be found to transfer a license so that consumers and business owners can count on the protection provided by the City of Toronto license. Although we've had previous consultations and expressed our concerns to staff, we are asking committee to refer this matter back to staff. The purpose being to meet with the association to specifically find a way to transfer the license and not eliminate all legal stores as the current bylaw will do. The association is reasonably willing to work with you in a timely way to bring this back to the committee as soon as possible with recommendations on a process to transfer the license that should be satisfactory to everyone. On behalf of the association, thank you for the time.
Questions of the deputant? Councillor Filion?
Thank you. What would create value for a payday loan business?
The license.
No, but what would create value for that license?
The income, the revenue generated by the business, okay? But without the license, it's nil and void, okay?
Right, but I guess I'm not asking the question the right way. What if someone was to be able to transfer that license?
Yeah.
What value goes along with it?
Probably goodwill. By accounting standards, goodwill.
Goodwill.
Yeah.
I think, Councillor, what you're asking is what is the value of the license? The value of the license is it's whatever it is, the price of the city. The value for the business is the bricks and mortar, it's the brand. Some of these brands are worth millions of dollars. And eventually, the way that because you can't transfer the license, it becomes worthless. Because as a operator decides that they want to sell or they want to move on in the city of Toronto, they know the value of the brand and the value of the store no longer has any value because you can't transfer, you can't sell. Can't, on a small scale, I can't give it to my wife if I want to retire. A large scale, I can't sell to another financial institution.
But why, I'm still having trouble, why would someone want to buy it because it has an established clientele? Is that the reason?
Yeah, or it has a brand, just like any other brand name that you could have. Phones, Apple has a brand. One of our clients is Cash Money. They have a brand. That brand is of value, and so is it is a value of trust. People know when they go to an institution that is one of our clients, that they can trust that it's actually legal. It is a legal entity, and the city of Toronto, they're regulated by the city of Toronto and the province of Ontario. When they go online, they don't know who they're borrowing from because they don't have that brand.
Do these businesses have regular, loyal customers?
Yes, they do. Repeat customers.
Repeat customers?
Who like the service offered.
And is that not a problem if you have people who are chronically or repeatedly or frequently using payday loan services?
Well, in some instances, Councillor, for example, you may use a financial institution that you count on, like TD Bank. A lot of people don't have access to that sort of banking, so they use payday loans instead.
Payday loans are also sometimes a stopgap measure, and they may not need it for some other time.
Sure, no, that's what I was getting at. If it's a stopgap measure, you wouldn't have regular clientele.
Well, the repeat customers,
yeah.
If they weren't paying their loans, they wouldn't be getting their loans back, right? So there are people who would use a loan for a short time. They were successful with it. They pay back the loan. Maybe they come back 2 years from now.
That's right.
Thank you.
Councillor Nunziata.
Yeah, so basically your clientele are the most vulnerable, and that's why you go into these communities. So you're preying on the most vulnerable residents in that community because they have challenges and they don't have the opportunities, correct?
No, I disagree.
Well, you may disagree, but I know it's a fact. So why is it that you want the opportunity, just transfer your license to go wherever you want to go without any consultation? Like liquor licenses right now, if you want a liquor license, the community is notified. There's comments from city, there's comments from the community. And if you ask for a transfer, you don't have that consultation, and we have problems with that. So why would we want to do that with your license?
Councillor, I don't think we're talking about transferring locations. We're talking about if...
What are you talking about then?
Transfer of the business license itself. So if currently, and you can ask staff, I believe that the only license that you can't transfer right now are hot dog carts. If you have a business license, like a restaurant, and you want to transfer the license for your spouse, your son, there's a process to do so.
But you can go to another location as well.
Yeah, but we aren't challenging anything about the location matter in this report. What we're challenging, or what we're asking for more consultation on, is the transferability of the license itself. So the license, if you have a hot dog cart, you can't sell it. That's what I understand. If you have a restaurant, you can.
So if there's, for example, if there's charges against a particular location with a license, and you can transfer to somebody else's name and there's no record.
Well, and that's why we wanted a process
But
where...
that's not good.
But we want a process where we
Yeah.
could transfer a license and perhaps you do a background check.
Yeah.
There's some sort of thing where I think it's reasonable that all parties, the city would want the new owner to have certain qualifications, including a background check. And that's what we want. We want to make sure that new license owners or who would be taking over an existing store would have a background. I mean, the way it's set up right now is by attrition, you're eliminating every payday loan store in Toronto.
Well,
Eventually, by attrition, they'll all be gone.
Yeah, and exactly.
The demand will be the same, and people will go online and get more riskier loans, and that's what's happening right now.
Well, that's what I'm trying to do, is get rid of them altogether. Thank
Okay.
you.
Yeah, but they will go, but the demand does remain the same, and people will find loans online in a much riskier way.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Holiday.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you for speaking to us today. Could you tell me a little bit more about the industry? If I wanted to, as an individual, I wanted to enter the payday loan space as a business person, what do I need to have? What do I need to do? Assuming I can get a license from the city. I know we're talking about that. I raise capital. Do I have to obtain other types of licenses or standards or certifications? What makes the business?
It's provincial regulated, isn't it?
Yeah, it's provincially regulated, but I think your question, Councillor, I think you're best to answer it, Alistair, is what type of capital you would need.
Well, you would have to have a significant amount of capital to outfit a store, a single location, okay?
Okay.
With protection for staff, bulletproof glass, for instance, vaults, alarms, all necessary stuff that would protect employees and ensure that cash could be dispersed safely, okay?
Okay, so those are all the hard assets. I get it. You got to build the place.
Yeah, exactly.
What about money overhead? Is it, do I bring $1 million and that's enough to handle the ebb and flow of money in a standard location? Is it more? Is it profoundly more or profoundly less?
It depends, okay? Obviously, there's infrastructure, hardware, software as well. It's probably a lot more than you would expect, okay? It's like running a financial institution, for lack of a better word, okay?
And then in terms of being the business, do I create a company, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 Ontario Inc., of which I'm the shareholder, and that company then becomes the business itself, and I put some capital investment into that to create the hard infrastructure, to create the cash pool, to run the loans, that type of thing?
Sure. It's like any other business, okay? You'll incorporate a company, you'll fund it either debt equity or bring in investors, and you'll get the appropriate licenses, okay?
Okay.
And regulations, and ensure that you're compliant, okay?
Besides the city license, are there other licenses required other than incorporating? Ontario doesn't require any special overhead. You have to form the corporation. You got to adhere to the law. I got that and all.
Yeah, and this is why this association was created a few years ago, was to, the bad press was out there, and these rather large payday loan companies wanted to get together to differentiate themselves from the smaller ones. A lot of our clients are traded on the New York Stock Exchange. They're big, but their value has diminished under this process. They asked to be regulated, which the City of Toronto and Province of Ontario did, but now the brands are you're hurting their value when you can't transfer the license. So suddenly, you're eliminating the business altogether, as I said earlier.
Who obtains the license? Is it the company or is it the individual?
It's the company.
It would be the company.
Okay,
This is a company asset.
And the
Okay,
individuals
fair enough.
on
Yeah.
depending on how a certain store or brand may work.
And then how does the relationship with the franchise work? So I know there's independents out there, you know, Steve's Payday Loan Shop versus one of the branded names. I'm assuming it's a franchise relationship with the head office. Is the majority of your association members franchisees of a larger group?
No, there's a wholly owned company, okay, that owns all the assets. There's no franchises, okay? So it's a total corporate organization.
Okay, so the corporation owns would then have multiple licenses because they have multiple locations. Have I got that right?
That's correct.
Yes.
Yeah, that's correct. There may be others, but none in our association that are franchise owners. I know that there may be some other speakers later that have a different system. And there are other, the organization we represent, we want to be regulated. We've worked with the province for the regulation, with the city as much as we can, but this is the deal breaker. The transferability doesn't give them a future to operate, and they want to invest in their business and continue on. They're not, there are a number of changes in the recommendations regarding ward boundaries. We're not fighting that. We're just, or we're not fighting for relocation. We are fighting, or we're asking, just to go back to staff and let's find out a way where we can reasonably come up with a way we can transfer the license that's agreeable to all. Perhaps that could mean a background check. Perhaps that could mean some other mechanism that the city deems appropriate. That way, you keep licensed establishments for the City of Toronto here, rather than people going, people might go outside of Toronto for those loans, or they may go online, and it's a totally unregulated business online. That's where a lot of borrowers are going right now, and to be quite honest, it's the Wild West. So, the irony is you're trying to regulate something, at the same time eliminate it altogether.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Karygiannis, questions of the deputant?
Thank you, Chair. Through you to the deputant. You're representing a particular brand or a number of brands in the city that actually are doing payday loans?
Well, the Canadian Consumer Finance Association represents 870 financial institutions across Canada. A number of them are the big names that you commonly see, Payday, Money Mart, and so forth. They're the brands that we represent.
So they're right across Canada. They're in the GTA, they would be in Peel, in Durham, in Halton, in Markham, in Vaughan, correct?
Yep. Yes.
So if we are to move in the fashion that you cannot transfer this store that you have, or and we get them wiped out in the City of Toronto, what would stop people from going to other municipalities? Are other municipalities focusing in the same direction as the City of Toronto does?
There are other municipalities with their own bylaws. I believe there's, and Hamilton, they can't transfer as well. But they're the only one we know of where you can't transfer the
So
license.
in Hamilton, if it's a corporate store that has, you do have corporate businesses that have these stores throughout the city.
Yeah, there are a number of our stores in Hamilton.
Okay, so if you got a corporate store, where's this transferability? What is the staff saying to you about this transferability?
Well, it's the same problem that we have, right? You can't transfer in Hamilton like what's proposed today in the City of Toronto.
But if it's a corporate store, the corporation is going to be around for a long time.
Well,
And the corporate store has employees.
yeah. Well, if the store decides to close, or if the business decides that it no longer wants to exist, it closes the doors, it can't sell, or there might be another financial institution that could be interested in buying that brand, or another payday loan corporation, they can't do so. They're stuck with it. So the value of that particular store is only the yearly revenue rather than,
How many of your operators are self-operating, like mom-and-pop operations, and how many of them have multiple operations?
well, there's a number of those that do operate in the city of Toronto, but generally, we don't represent them, or we don't represent them. You may hear from them later.
The company that I work for has 109 locations, 19 in GTA.
How many do you have in the city of Toronto?
19, sorry, yeah.
19 in the city of Toronto?
Yep.
So if the president of the corporation
Yep.
were to pass away,
Yeah.
it would be somebody else that would take over. So your locations do not cease to exist, correct?
I can't answer that.
Chair, point of order, Chair. I think we should give the deputants respect to answering their questions. I mean, everybody's busy either talking or talking among ourselves.
Yeah.
If you want to, thank you. So if the corporation,
Yes.
president of the corporation was to cease, to decease, a new corporation, I mean, the new president takes over. So actually, your operation still continues on those 19 stores.
Yeah, I think that's correct, Counselor, although you'd have to clarify that with staff. I think that the corporation would still own the business. But if the business, for whatever reason, decided they no longer wanted to exist or they wanted to go into something else, they would be giving up the value of those stores.
They can sell
Or
the
if they wanted to sell,
They can sell part of that corporation, couldn't they?
if they wanted to sell, yeah, they wouldn't be allowed to, no.
How many?
Couldn't sell the licenses, no.
No, they couldn't sell a license.
You can sell the corporation, though. The corporation owns the license.
Yeah, well,
No.
you'd have to sell the whole corporation. You just can't divide it up, okay?
Okay, how many how many in the city of Toronto that you know of are single corporations that have one store?
The independent payday loans, I believe, I thought they would be here, they may be here today, and they can speak to that.
But the corporations, I mean, can you not move from one location to another location? Do we have restrictions on you for moving, like across the street type of thing?
Yeah, there are restrictions on us moving, and it's in the report about moving to another ward.
But the corporation can sell, if the corporation is part of another corporation, you can certainly sell that corporation right out. So therefore, you will not be going into extinction if the president dies. Would I be correct?
That's correct, but you can't sell the business. You can't sell the business to another corporation.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Karygiannis. Other questions of the deputants? Seeing none, thank you very much. Next on the list is Caitlin Toombs from the Toronto Association of Community Organizations for Reform Now. Are you all speaking together, or?
We're speaking individually.
Okay, so you have 5 minutes.
Yes. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to speak today. My name is Bob Murphy. I'm a Toronto ACORN member. ACORN Association of Community for Reform Now. I'm also an ODSP recipient, and I'm also a volunteer at the Stop Community Food Center Advocacy Office. ACORN is an independent national organization of low and moderate income families fighting for social justice and economic justice. One of our big campaigns is fighting predatory lending and fighting for fair banking. We are pleased that there is a report today about stopping predatory lending. We worked with councillors Wong Tam and Nunziata about this issue back in 2016. We thank them for their efforts on this item, as well as Councillor Peruza for all his work as a city poverty reduction advocate and for including us in the discussion. We think it's great that the city is looking at licensing and capping payday lenders. because it limits their growth in our neighborhoods, our most vulnerable neighborhoods.
Good morning. Thank you for allowing me to speak. My name is Glenn Appleman. I'm a member of Acorn, and thank you for allowing us to speak. Today on report, we are very happy that the city is looking into the cap and the amount of licenses for payday lenders in Toronto. Can you continue, please? I'm having a hard time speaking.
We are very happy that the city is looking into capping the amount of licenses for payday lenders in Toronto. We would like to share some of our thoughts about this issue. We want to limit the amount of payday lenders like Money Mart, Cash Money, etc., that are taking advantage of us and clustering in low-income neighborhoods with their predatory practices. We would like to see the city use Hamilton as an example, who have recently became one of the first cities in Ontario to limit the number of payday lenders in the city by capping the number of payday licenses down to 1 per ward. However, we also want to see installment lenders included in this report. Many payday lenders are getting into installment loans due to Acorn's work on the Payday Loan Act and lowering the provincial interest rates. We ask why installment lenders are not included in this report. They should not be. They should also be licensed and capped. I'm going to go off the script here. I'm not going to read anything else. But what I'd like to say about predatory lending is that they're clustered in the most vulnerable areas in the city, Weston being one of them. You could throw a golf ball from unit to unit. I can go to payday lender number 1 as an ODSP recipient, borrow some money because I want to pay my rent, because ODSP recipients are allotted $4.97 for rent. I go to payday lender number 1, borrow. I can walk 6 units down to pay lender number 2 and pay off of lender number 2. I can get another loan, and then I can walk up the street to Church and Weston Road and borrow more money from lender number 3. If I'm having trouble paying my rent or eating my food, or at the AVC office, we see it all the time where individuals have addictions issues or money issues. It's a revolving cycle, and by the time you're in that cycle, I know I've been there myself. Once you're in big trouble to get out, especially if you're on social assistance or you have mental health problems or addiction problems. The cycle just continues. I believe that Weston Road and Lawrence have those businesses, those lenders together for a reason. They know that individuals that are vulnerable are going from lender to lender to lender within maybe 20 minutes, 25 minutes. Once you get stuck in that hole, you're in big trouble. You'll be homeless very quickly. You'll be visiting food banks. You'll be traveling from food bank to food bank. Thank you.
Questions of the, Councillor Karygiannis, questions of the deputant?
Thank you. Paul, through you to the deputants, I want to thank you for coming, and I understand that some of this might be emotional to you. Let me ask the following. If we wipe out the entire industry, wouldn't they pop up on the internet?
I have no idea. I'm not well versed in how it works on the internet, but maybe it might be an idea to lower the rates. I don't know. I'm not familiar with internet loans. I've never been involved in that.
Okay.
So I really can't answer that question because I'm not familiar on payday loans through the internet. I've never been exposed to it, and I hope I never will. But I'm willing to answer any questions that anybody sitting here today has. Once you've walked through that road, it's something you never forget.
If you don't have those stores, I mean, we all see Sharks I mean, we've all seen movies of sharks. I mean, like people that actually loan you money, and then if you don't pay, they knock at your door, or they do other things to you. Wouldn't we encourage the underground to continue and thrive?
Pardon me, what was the question again?
I said that if we close the stores that we have right now, there'll be other means of people being able to borrow money, and those means would be more illegitimate, and those people will use other methods of collection. By closing the stores, wouldn't we be encouraging those illegitimate businesses to thrive?
Well, I don't think, personally, I don't think the solution is closing the stores. I think the solution is reducing the amount of stores and reducing the interest rates that the vulnerable are being charged. So I'm not suggesting that all the stores be closed because the need is there. There's no question about
Are
it.
you advocating that we as a city force upon them to lower the interest rates? Do we have that ability? I don't think so.
Absolutely. That's what we're requesting. And the amount of payday lenders that are saturated in the low income areas.
I understand the saturation in low-income areas, but I don't think we as a city are able to control the interest rates. That's another level of government. Would you agree or disagree with me?
I would agree with you, yes. I would.
So what your intention is to see less, like, I mean, the ones one across the street from each other?
Yes, because Weston is a prime example. I don't know the numbers off the top of my head, but I'm sure there's been 4 or 5 in the last 2 or 3 years. Banks have closed down, and we had payday lenders pop up. But
so you as an individual, I mean, you have had that experience. I mean,
Yes, I have.
you talked about it. Can you go to one store, to one payday lender, and get a loan, and then walk down the street and get another loan, and walk down the street and get another loan?
yes, and Weston is one prime example. I can go to, let's say, Money Mart, and I can borrow, let's say, $400. It might cost me around $640, or I don't know what the rates are right now. I've done it recently. Then I can go get some money from that lender, and then I can go from lender number to number.
The same day?
Oh, and within minutes, because the information is not connected from business to business. So the different payday lenders, I can go to one right now, I can go to the next one in 15 minutes, and then I can go the other one down the street in 30 minutes. So then when I get some money from the third one, I go pay off the first one, and then when I get more money from the first one, I have to repay it, then I go to the second one, and then I repay it, and then I go to the third one. So I can have 3 different businesses revolving in a circle where we are just getting killed on the amount because I just want to pay my rent.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Karygiannis. Councillor Nunziata?
Yes, thank you very much for being here, and I'm glad that you mentioned Weston, because we really have a problem in Weston, Jane and Lawrence, and as you mentioned, they're just next door to each other, like across the street, they just keep popping up. And so really what you're saying in your presentation is that we want to limit and have less of these locations than we do now, because right now, as you mentioned, they're next door to each other, and also you mentioned how you can go from one to another and borrow, right? So really, that's what you want, is for it to be limited to the number that you have in one area, right? Just like you do banks.
Yes.
Right? You would never see a TD Bank next door to each other, 2 of them.
Exactly.
Right.
And I don't know for sure, but I think it's rather obvious that these payday lenders in the low-income areas are close by, nearby for a reason, because you're seeing that same person come in every pay period and borrowing money, and then they're going a couple doors down to the next one, and then they're going a couple blocks over to the next payday lender. They're saturated together for a reason. They're not saturated to get one-time clients. They're saturated together to have a clump of these locations in one area, because they know that we're all going from one to the next one to the next one.
Right.
Because once you're in the cycle.
Yeah, and Weston, because we have quite a few Toronto housing, social housing buildings in that area, and we need more affordable housing. So very vulnerable community, correct? And that's why they're focusing on those areas. What about the ones that we have in Weston and Jane, where they're not only a money mart, that they also buy and sell gold?
Pardon me, I didn't hear
They
that.
buy gold and sell gold.
Oh, I'm not familiar with those businesses. I've never, I guess, had the luxury to visit one of them. I'm not sure how that works as far as lending.
But they're in the same build, like in the same location.
Oh, yes.
They give loans and they also buy and sell gold.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
They're there for a reason.
Yeah, well, depending what area you're in, right?
Yes.
Thanks.
Councillor Holiday, you have questions?
Thank you for speaking to us, and I'll ask my question to the gentleman at the left because you told the story. I appreciate you explaining some of the pitfalls of how these clustering of these shops creates risk for people. Are there any other pitfalls or scenarios that somebody gets trapped in? Because I guess the concept is you can go to one of the payday loan places and you can only get so much. Now, it is a lot of money to some people, but I guess in the world of things, it's a manageable amount of debt. And I think I understand the situation that you describe is when you kind of start shopping around and start having multiple debts, and you try to game the system so that people can't figure out until it's too late that you've accumulated too much. Are there any other scenarios, and I think you mentioned that you work with people, are there any other scenarios that people get into that are risky that, we should be understanding about when we're thinking about all these rules and policies?
As far as the lenders?
Well, as far as people that are using these places.
Well, you have, we run into individuals with addiction problems and mental health problems, and they're not thinking once they get the cycle what they're paying back several days later or a month later at the end of the month when they get their assistance monies. They're just thinking about paying your rent, eating, or getting the next substance for your addiction. Nobody's looking ahead.
Right.
They're just thinking from day to day.
Okay, but in your experience and what you've seen and maybe even life experience, you found that the most dangerous situation is where somebody goes around to a bunch of places at the same time and accumulates a whole bunch of debt at once, to the point that they can't, did I get that right? They can't pay it off, and they kind of cheat the system because they do it really quickly.
Well, they're not necessarily cheating the system. They're just, taking from Paul to pay Peter.
Okay.
Right? So they're just moving money around because they're getting the cash available to them immediately. In a lot of cases, depending on individuals, they're not looking at the monies that they're paying, right? They're looking about getting cash and then paying off the next lender, getting cash, paying off the next lender. And then by the time you realize it, your interest.
But you get into a mountain of a hole, right? Now, do the institutions finally figure that out? Does it finally catch up with the person? Maybe it takes time. Suddenly I owe $2,000 or $5,000. Would I have a problem now going to another payday loan place and getting anything?
I don't believe they communicate the different, from my experience, I don't believe like moneylender number one and moneylender number two, like Money Mart or Cash for Less, their information is different. They have no idea whether you've gotten a loan 15 minutes ago, and that's what individuals do, is because there's no knowledge of it. I go there, I go to lender number one, I get $400. Then I go to lender number two and get $400, and then I go to lender number three. There's no communication between all those lenders.
Do they eventually talk to each other, though, days and weeks later?
Not yet. Okay. And I don't believe they will, because there's no point for them to talk to each other, because they're just interested in getting you as a customer. They know it's a revolving door, and for individuals that run in trouble, it's a numbers game. If you lose your money on one loan, big deal. That customer's paid multiple times and multiple interest rates, so it's like credit cards. Some people pay and some people don't.
Right. It's just the last institution on the chain is the one that gets the bad debt because the others are getting paid off. And I just wondered how, I was intrigued that they hadn't established a system to talk to each other, because that last institution on the chain is the one that eats all the problem, as opposed to the others that were part of the process.
Well, I understand what you're saying, but if I was in real trouble and I wasn't paying, let's say, lender number 3, because I would have to borrow lender number 3 to pay lender number 1. I'd borrow from lender number 1 to pay lender number 2. But if I'm in such a bad situation, I wouldn't necessarily pay back any of the lenders, because you can't get anything from me because I got no money.
Right.
I'm an ODSP, so I'm in a shelter.
Yep.
So I don't think, just for me, trying to answer your question, you just go from one lender to one lender to one lender.
Right.
To keep the chain moving.
Okay.
And to keep your credibility, what little you have left, rotating around. I hope I haven't been confusing on that.
No, it's helpful. Thank you for talking
Yes.
to us. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holliday. Other questions of the deputy? Seeing none, thank you very much for coming in this morning. Really appreciate your feedback and your comments. Derek Moran is the next deputy.
So in this report, it says, City Council direct, in consultation with the Executive Director, Municipal Licensing and Standards, to consider as part of the Toronto Poverty Reduction Strategy, initiatives to promote lower-cost financial services, including the delivery and promotion of financial empowerment supports and the development of inclusive alternative financial products. So here's something you guys probably haven't even thought about. Are you sure that these payday loans places even actually loan money? Now, I know that sounds kind of kooky to listen to, but most people don't realize not even a bank loans money. And that's not my opinion. You can find that in Canadian Pioneer Management versus Labor Relations Board of Saskatchewan, 1980, where the Supreme Court of Canada said, banks create credit. It is a mistake to suppose that bank credit is created to any important extent by the payment of money into the banks. The bank does not lend money. The borrower can, if he pleases, take out the whole amount of the loan and money. It is not necessary to refer to the various schools of economists with the divergent views as to the extent to which banks create credit, or as to the wisdom or otherwise of a state empowering such institutions to do so. But it just so happens that back in 2012, I got an email from someone at the Bank of Canada who actually explained to me, unbelievably, how banks create credit. Dear Derek, Canadian banks practice what's called fractional reserve. And here is a simple illustration of how it works. Someone gets paid and decides to deposit $100 at the bank. The bank keeps $10 for its reserve and lends $90 to person A. Person A uses it to buy something from person B. Person B deposits $90 at the bank. The banks keep $9 for reserve and lends $81 to person C. The cycle is repeated over and over. As you can see, if you add up all the deposits, 100 plus 90 plus 81 and so on, you get a result that is much larger than the original $100. So money has been created by the financial system, but in this case, it's actually credit has been created by the financial system. So that's probably why, since they're able to create credit out of thin air, basically, why these sections of the Bank Act read as they do. Section 440, a bank shall not directly or indirectly charge or receive any sum for the keeping of an account unless the charge is made by express agreement between the bank and a customer or by order of a court. Section 457, a bank shall not directly or indirectly charge or receive any sum for the provision of any prescribed products or services unless the charge is made by express agreement between it and a customer or by order of a court. Now, who knows? It might be the same way with payday loans places. They're not lending out money. They're just lending out credit created by someone's signature based on Section 57.1 of the Bills of Exchange Act. So now here's something that Councillor Karygiannis and Councillor Holliday probably don't know, but didn't you guys invite 8 years ago a 12-year-old girl named Victoria Grant came here to City Hall, I believe it was in committee room number 1, and explained how all this bank created credit out of thin air. This is, some guy did a documentary. He managed to sit down with then late Federal Finance Minister Jim Flaherty. You can find it on YouTube. It's called "Oh Canada, Movie Our Bought and Sold Out Land." So the interviewer asks Jim Flaherty, so what would happen if we simply wanted our money back, meaning withdraw all the money that we have sitting in our bank accounts? Jim Flaherty responded, we would have a credit crisis, and the system would not be sustainable. So we'd have to reorganize and restructure, which is what happened actually in the Depression. I don't see that happening again, but theoretically that's what would happen. Recently myself, I had a banker tell me that if I keep pursuing trying to get the bank to honor these 2 sections of the Bank Act that I just said we're not supposed to actually be charging us service fees, that she was going to cancel my account. As I recall, what she said was, regardless of what these 2 sections of the Bank Act say, if you want to have an account here, then insert specific bank here, the bank has the right to charge service fees, but that's on top of what you all just found out the federal government in those 2 sections of the Bank Act say that they can't do it, but they still do. Yes, I know, the time. We gave that other guy an extra minute and 5 seconds, Councillor Ainsley.
Thanks, Derek. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Thank you, Derek. The next deputant is Diane Dyson.
Thank you. As you know, we're here for another matter earlier today, so I'm grateful to be able to have the chance to speak on this issue, not having realized it was on the agenda as well. But the reason I felt compelled to is because during my time as a research analyst at United Way Toronto, we produced the report in 2007 that mapped out where payday lenders are across the city. We drove major streets up and down everywhere. So if you're lost, I know where to tell you to go. Losing ground, when we looked at it, found that we had seen payday lenders had grown 8-fold in the time from 1995 when they first appeared in the city until the time of the report in 2007. So and I do remember at that time also having a chance to meet with some of the payday associations who wanted to speak to us about the recommendations we were bringing forward. And in essence, they are defending a model of corporate growth. What we found then was that many of the payday lenders were small mom and pop associations that were then being bought up by the larger ones. And here even today, we heard that the reason that you should be loosening some of the regulations around this is because it would make their ventures less profitable. So I urge you to return to the mandate of this committee, that is that you are here for licensing of industries that may harm people, residents of our city. It's not something that City Council should be reluctant about doing, that we re-regulate housing, we regulate harm reduction. Why would we not look at something like payday lenders and keep as tight protections on them as we can? That early report in 2007 also did find that payday lenders concentrated in lower income areas at the same time that banks were disappearing from them. The choice that was open to residents to be able to access funds were not there. And it's true, there was the defense made today that online will be more of a Wild West, and that's really why we should allow these storefronts, is because it protects people from going online. But there is a third alternative in which I've been involved for the past 15 years with my colleagues in the nonprofit sector, and that is that we have, through the models offered through St. Chris, now West Neighbourhood House, through partnerships between United Way and the Toronto Neighbourhood Centres, looked at how do we do financial empowerment in a nonprofit model. These conversations continue. I'm very excited to see that that's part of the recommendations for this report through the Poverty Reduction Office, and I really hope that you stay the course. Thanks very much.
Thank you very much. Any questions of the deputant? Seeing none, thank you very much.
Enjoy your lunch.
Next on the list is Nelson Belquire of Pay Today. Are you gentlemen speaking together? Or?
Yes.
Nelson Belquire and Stephen Martino?
Martins, yes.
Martino? Okay, perfect. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you first and foremost. I wanted to take this time. My name is Nelson Belcher first, and I represent an independent company called Pay Today. We're also a member of IPLAC, Independence Pay Today Loan Association of Canada. We are not here representing the big guys, and so our concerns and challenges are different than theirs. We pride ourselves on delivering this product in an appropriate manner that helps the customer, and we really believe in what we are doing today. We've been in this industry for over 20 years. We've gotten to understand who the customer is, and our approach has been uniquely different from your money marts, your cash monies, and cash for use. We don't represent the 830 plus members that makes up Canadian Franchise Association of Canada. Those are predominantly the three big guys: Money Mart, Cash Money, and Cash for You. For us, of course, not being able to expand our brand, and we feel we are improving this industry for the better through responsible lending. We are unable to do that with the legislation put forth. In Toronto, currently we have 5 locations, and we were looking to expand and continue to challenge this industry to improve it. We're proud to say that we've been involved with certain government officials, and we have been able to successfully lower what didn't exist before, which was how much a customer could be lent. We've been able to talk them into capping that at 50%. We believe that clients should be able to borrow when they need us, not be financially affected in a negative way, be able to go on about their business when they're not in need of our cash, and then should be able to come in whenever that need arises. As you guys know, a large portion of the Canadian population are living paycheck to paycheck. This is a reality, and there is a need for money. I understand that the attempt to eradicate our industry completely in the hopes that the banks and the larger financial institutions are going to step in has not happened, will not happen. We are here. We understand our customer better than anybody. So I also understand that we've been told by some, not by Councillor Francis Annunziata, we've been told, yes, your product is required. We understand there is a need for your product. Of course, we're seeing that, no, some councillors want to see this industry completely eradicated, and the need of the clients will not go away. I'm also proud to say that as a business, we made a conscious decision early on in our careers, having known who the customer is, that we did not lend to certain groups of individuals because we felt they did not have the ability to repay. This is an employment-based product. Unfortunately, to the individuals behind me in Acorn, we do not lend to people on ODSP and welfare. They do not have the ability to repay this loan. And we've been met with some criticisms with that. Well, why don't you lend to us? You're discriminating against us. We feel that without the ability to lend to that individual group, that the narrative of us taking advantage of the poor just wouldn't be there. Last week we helped a police officer who was in just a short temporary financial crunch and needed $500. Okay, that's not somebody we're taking advantage of. We help nurses, we help teachers. So the narrative, I think, is a little bit misguided. The idea that we're only helping to people on social assistance and Ontario disability is not one that fits our criteria. That's not who we are. As a company, we've been pushing for the 15% rate for over 5 years. The city and the government has just caught up with us, but we are the competition that will improve this industry, and we are the very people you guys are stopping from getting in here and making this product a better product for the consumer. Ironically enough, as spoken by the gentleman from Acorn, they wish to see less money marts and less cash monies and less cash for use, when the reality is all they're keeping away is us. Not the cash monies, money marts, and cash for use. They're very grateful for some of the laws you guys are putting forth, because the 835 locations across, over 500 from Money Mart, over 200 from Cash Money, and over 100 from Cash for You, they're already situated in all the spots. Their main concern is, can we sell our business? For us, of course, we share the same concern. It takes a massive amount of money to open one of these locations, and a lot of these individuals, we're not big bank, we're not big money. We are individuals, we're small business trying to help the community, and we're trying to do it the right way. It's unfortunate, and we're here to basically advocate that there shouldn't be a limitation. There's been a drop recently already as it is with the $15 per 100. We've gone from over 212 licenses to under 200, a drop of 10%. So the intended consequences of the rate drop has been successful so far. So I don't think that you guys are going to be seeing a growth in this industry's numbers-wise other than competition in small business. So we see this as an attack simply on small business. So lastly, I'd like to point your attention to a recent study that has been done by Cardis. Brian Dick Gemma was released June 26th, where he points out to what Hamilton has done, gave them a failing grade of D. This, in fact, has not helped eradicate this type of industry. Online businesses will be there for the gentleman behind me. It will not stop somebody from overusing this product and borrowing from multiple users.
I need you to stop. Thank you.
Oh, my apologies.
Thank you. Questions of the deputant? Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think they're more technical in nature. I realize that you're independent from the other places, but I understand there are rules, mostly from Ontario law, that govern how this works. Can you help me? If I wanted to get a payday loan, I walk into one of these places, what are the prerequisites that I have to have that are mandatory across the industry? And maybe you can offer some comment. Do people break the rules on this?
So you have to have an income. For us, you have to have employment income, and you have to have a bank account.
So I have employment income, I get a check from the City of Toronto every now and then. What do am I signing over the rights to that check? Like, how does it, what's the concept here?
So if you're if you're receiving money from the City of Toronto, we first have to identify if you work for the City of Toronto or if you're receiving social assistance from the City of Toronto. If you're receiving social assistance, unfortunately, you don't qualify. It's not income. You don't have an
Is that with you, or is that?
That is with us specifically.
Okay, no, I want to know across the industry.
Across the industry.
You're following more restrictive rules, and I appreciate that, but just tell me on a basic standpoint.
You have to prove income, and you have to have a bank account.
So I'm getting a check from the government, or I'm getting a paycheck, and I prove that to the lending institution, here's my last 3 checks, whatever it is, and I have a bank account. And so what am I doing? When I take the loan for $500, am I signing a paper that says?
You're signing a pre-authorized debit form that allows us to take the money back in 2 weeks, or whenever your next payday is. In some cases, it could be a month. In some cases, it could be a week.
In essence, it's a promissory note that you'll be paying us back on your next scheduled payday.
And you take the money directly from the bank?
That's incorrect.
Unless the customer has options to come in and pay on their payday in person. They can send us the money electronically, or they can allow us to go and deposit it from their.
Okay, so you're using the income stream from the checks as presented by the customer as a way to make your decision to give the loan, but you don't actually get security.
No security whatsoever.
Unsecured loan.
And it is in our best interest to make sure that the customer is borrowing a responsible amount that they're able to repay. It is not of interest to us to incur additional fees. Why they're coming to us to begin with is obviously to avoid the NSF fees that could be incurred, that in many cases outweigh the amount of what they're borrowing.
So how does it work, though, that you've got customers that, as outlined by this previous speaker, are going to multiple places? Are they taking the same check and saying, I got a check for $1,000?
Thank you for the question. That's an interesting scenario because most of the providers, and I would say Cash Money, Cash For You, they do not want to lend multiple times to these individuals. So the customer has to be forthright when we are asking the question, do you borrow with anyone else? And they have to be honest with us to say yes. If a customer borrows with a competitor and they have employment income with us, we will not lend them.
The Ontario government does not allow us to.
Unless they're not truthful.
If they're not truthful and they're frauding us, in that case, you can get into a bit of trouble, right?
Yeah, because then you're securing, not securing, but conceptually securing the same loan on the same check.
And you're harming yourself in the long term, for sure.
Multiple places. Okay, and then what are the rules that Ontario says about how much you can give?
The maximums, and we played a role in instituting the maximum, is 50%. So if you make $1,000, we are allowed by the rules to lend you up to $500. We never ask the customer if they want the full amount. We ask them how much do you need, and most customers take under that.
So income means whatever the next check is.
Their usual net pay.
The net pay, so that's every 2 weeks, or monthly, or annually?
It
or-
depends for the client, but generally, the majority of our customers are paid bi-weekly, yes, sir.
So you're looking to the payment interval, so you can give 50% of the payment interval, I guess, including fees and interest and so on.
Yes. What we found was some of our competition was letting up to 80 or 100% of a person's take-home pay, and we felt that that wasn't conducive to an appropriate.
That's not allowed anymore, that's illegal.
Not at all. And like I said, we're proud to say we played a role in stopping that.
Okay, and the last question, I guess, is how do the interest rates work from a regulatory standpoint? How much interest can you charge, and does it vary with the Bank of Canada rate, or?
So it's a fee-based product, and it is, the maximum is $15 per 100. So if you borrow 200 with us, to avoid paying $90 in NSF fees, you're going to be paying us $30. So I'd like to be in a position to defend our customers. These are not uneducated individuals who are being taken care of. They're making a mathematical decision to save the difference. Instead of paying $90, they're paying $30. And I'd ask any of you, what would you do in that scenario?
Your bank charges you $45, and the institution that you bounce a check will charge you a fee
Charge
as
you
well.
$45 a
So
month.
there's no interest on this, there's a flat fee?
There's a flat fee of 15 per
$15
100.
per 100. Now, whatever that
Correct.
calculates as interest is what the magic number is, but it doesn't accrue month to month, does it? Or
No,
are
it
there-
doesn't. It does not. The most recent additional regulations that have been put into place to additionally protect our customers, called the extended payment plan, gives customers who borrowed on their third loan an additional 6 weeks to repay that loan.
Thank you, Councillor Holiday. Councillor Nunziata, you have questions?
No, Councillor Karygiannis has, I'm putting my hand up just to move a motion that we complete the agenda, because it's 25 after 12, so this way we don't come back.
Yep, I'm fine. I'm really fine with that. So we have, these are the last deputants on this item. We have one more item with one deputant. Okay, all right. Okay, so all in favor of the motion? Carried. Okay, and, sorry, Councillor Karygiannis, you have questions of the
Thank you.
deputant?
You were throwing around some numbers in $45 or $90 in NSF. Is it $45 for a check if you write NSF? I thought
Yes, sir. $47.50 at the banks currently, and some institutions charge $50, and some insurance companies charge even higher if you're bouncing an insurance.
what?
Insurance companies.
Insurance companies. If you got car insurance and you're bouncing that, some institutions are charging even more than $50.
Okay, so if I was to come in and borrow some money, I come in and I wanted $200, what would you charge me?
$30, $15 per 100.
And what's the timeline that I have to repay you?
Generally, it's about 14 days.
So every 2 weeks I can come in, borrow $200, and every 2 weeks you charge me $30.
Our customers, on average, per year borrow 5 times. So what we find is most customers, when they find themselves in a temporary financial crunch, they only need
Sorry,
us
my
temporarily.
question was...
In a short-term
No,
financial.
please, let me finish.
Yep.
I can come in every 2 weeks and borrow $200, and you'll charge me $30 every 2 weeks.
Up until your third loan. And so what happens on your third loan, there's been additional legislation that I've just mentioned before called the extended payment plan, which allows you as a customer the ability to take 6 weeks to pay that loan, so that way you're not stuck in a cycle.
And that would be, what, $15, the third loan?
So what happens is you would now have 6 weeks to pay back the $230, and that gets divided 35% in 2 weeks, and then the remainder of
35% the second.
and 30% on
Make
the
that
third
in
payment.
layman's terms.
So
First time I come in, you charge me $30. I can come in 2 weeks, you charge me another $30.
Well,
If
you
you
have to
need the
come
money
in,
again,
it's
yes.
important that you need to come in and pay off your loan in full, and then you can go ahead and reborrow at that
borrow
point.
$200.
Yes. On your third,
Hold on a second.
sorry.
I mean, don't be like a, I don't want to, anyway, look, I just want to understand. I borrow $200, you charge me $30. I come in two weeks from now, I borrow $200, you charge me another $30.
Yes.
Right? That's $60. I come in the third time, and you charge me $30 for 3 weeks? Or 6
So-
weeks, or you charge me, what do you charge me back in the third time?
We charge you again the same $15 maximum per 100, but at this time, you don't have just 2 weeks to pay. You have an addition, you have 6 weeks to pay. You have
And
two
there's no additional charges
No,
from the
sir.
$15?
No.
So actually, you're making $90 for my $200, and that's something like 10 weeks. All right, thanks.
Assuming the client needs the money, yes, sir.
Any other questions for the deputants? Seeing none, we'll go to, thank you very much, both of you.
Yeah, thank you very much.
We're going to go to questions of staff. Are there any questions of staff? Councillor Karygiannis.
We have some advanced circulated motions. I was wondering if staff have seen the circulated motions by Councillor Ainsley. Am I allowed to ask questions of those?
That's advanced.
Okay.
Yes. Yes.
Okay. So we're requesting the federal government to require charter banks to have branches in low-income neighborhoods which offer credit lines to low-income people at the same rate as they offer to other customers. Can we do that? Can we go to the federal government and say, we're mandating you to open a bank here?
I think it's a request, it's not a mandate, and council often sends letters up to the province or to the feds.
Okay.
For their consideration.
I mean, right now, capital payday loans are $15 for every $100 loan. I mean, this is what they're doing right now. Or are they doing anything else different?
No, that's how it's governed under the provincial rules.
This amend the criminal code to lower the maximum interest rate from 60% to 30%. Am I to understand that right now, we can, I mean, the numbers that these gentlemen were talking before, and they were not, the slick answers, not clear answers, that if I was to borrow money, I can be charged up to 60% per year?
That is what's known as the criminal interest rate.
Okay, have we had, if I own a corporation and I have a pay loan store, can I not transfer that corporation to somebody else? Sell the rights of the corporation?
I'm going to defer that to my colleague in legal.
As in most business licenses under Chapter 545, the license itself cannot be transferred to a new entity, like a new corporation.
But I can sell the corporation, correct?
These provisions applicable to payday loan operators do not prohibit the transfer of shares, which would allow you to sell the underlying ownership of the corporation.
Is that a City of Toronto, or is this a federal or provincial law?
That is the City of Toronto's rules in Chapter 545.
Okay, but corporation is an identity, is almost like a person, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so corporation is owned by 5 individuals. Those 5 individuals sell their shares, their 5 shares, to somebody else. Where do we come in and say, well, you couldn't do that if federally and provincially are allowed to do that?
So again, under the provisions that apply to payday loan operators, that activity would not be prohibited. Some business license categories do prevent the transfer of controlling shares or controlling interests, but those that apply to payday loans do not have those restrictions.
Sir, you lost me. You lost me. Are you trying to tell me that if I have a corporation that has this business and I have 3 shares, that I cannot sell those shares to somebody else?
So again, it's the exact opposite, Councillor. Those shares can be transferred to other individuals as long as the corporate entity does not change.
So the corporation stays the same, the shareholders can change?
That's correct.
Okay, so we're not putting these people out of business. Some people, were trying to convey to us. We're not putting them out of business. The corporation still stays, but the corporation can move from place to place, from shareholder to shareholder to shareholder, correct?
Correct. That is one way to maintain the license with the single corporate.
Are we disallowing people to move from one location to another location?
Yes, there's a cap by ward. So if, for example...
What's that cap again?
Well, it was 212. It has now been reduced over the last year to 187.
Per ward?
No, for the entire city. And
Okay.
again, it's capped based on the number of provincial licenses that were in existence May 1st, 2018. And again, so that is how it was established.
So if I was existent before per ward, I can still operate. So in my area where I have about 15 or 20 of these guys, they can still operate. We're not...
Our records actually show that your ward has 6. What this doesn't allow for is a new entry into the market.
Okay. So if I wanted to open a new store, I can't.
That is correct. That is the policy intent that the province gave to municipalities, and it's the policy intent of the city when we adopted this, council adopted this last April, pardon me.
So that's it, there's no more coming in, period, full stop, end of story. And they cannot move back and forth. They can sell the shares, but they cannot move from one location to across the street.
Last question, Councillor.
Technically, they could move across the street. When we went from 44 wards to 25, that caused some issues. 50% of them are actually on a street. So if it was on Victoria Park, for example, and I don't know if that's the ward boundary, but just a north-south street, and for whatever reason, the lease ran out or the building was being demolished. The intent is not to put the business out of business, but to give them the opportunity to move across the street, which would be a change in ward, which this report allows for an exemption process for that to happen.
Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Karygiannis. Next, Councillor Holyday.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Karygiannis was helpful in helping me understand some of the requirements of the report. So if I've got this right, we're not issuing any new licenses under the proposed and current set of rules that are captured in this report.
That's correct. And the cap has naturally, through attrition, gone from 212 to 187 in a year.
And as businesses close or go online, we're not going to see any more take their place, and we expect that number to decrease over time.
That's correct. That is the policy intent.
Okay. There are some proposed motions out there that talk about suggesting to other governments that caps be put on interest rates. What would the effect be if we put a dramatic cap on the interest rate? I see in the report it says the effective annual percentage rate of 390%. And do I understand the mechanics right? That represents the $15 per $100. Because there's a complex equation on how you reach the APR. If I got that right? Yeah, that's correct. So if the APR was made 10% or 20%, that $15 would go down to pennies.
That's correct. But again, this is something under the province's jurisdiction for them to look at those interest rates and for them to consider what they feel is appropriate.
Okay, and you're recommending in the report that you have some sort of a mechanism to approve the movement of a payday loan in and out of the different wards for some of the reasons you cited, that the building had to be torn down, so you didn't want to put the business out, you wanted to give them a chance to go somewhere else. And would you be looking at this, or would you just say, well, as long as you're relocating in the 416, we're okay with it?
No, we would be looking at it closely, and the intent is for it really to move across the street, not to move from, say, your ward to Councillor Fillion's ward, which aren't even connected.
So we couldn't have a bunch of payday loan companies say, you know what, we want to join the cluster over there in Weston. We think we can have better business there, so here's my application. You would have some criteria to substantiate their requirement to move.
Yes, that's correct.
And if council was not happy with that, could we bump it up or have a discussion at community council, or how would we resolve any differences in opinion on that matter, or do we just sort of leave it to staff?
So the way it's written in the report, it would be delegated to myself and my team to look at it.
Okay.
It doesn't have an appeal process.
Okay. And can you just tell me a little bit more about the Criminal Code of Canada and the interest rate, which is currently, I guess, 60% according to something that was circulated. How does the Criminal Code of Canada maximum interest rate relate to what's happening with the payday loan caps and mechanisms? Because I understand, according to report, that rate is 390%, so wouldn't that be illegal?
So this is the way payday loan operators operate is this is an exemption to the criminal interest rate. In Canada, Section 347 of the Criminal Code makes it a criminal offense to charge an effective rate of 60% or more per year.
So if we petition to reduce the Criminal Code of Canada rate, would that have any effect on the payday loan industry? If they're
I don't
exempt?
believe so because it's exempt.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. Other questions? Sorry, Councillor Nunziata, questions?
So I was just looking at the map. My ward seems to have the most clusters, most red dots. In the report on page 2 of 13, the location change process. So I'm rather surprised that you mentioned that one of the establishments can move from one ward to another. But nothing in there about the council councillor being consulted or the community being consulted. Like, we just went through the clothing boxes a couple months ago, and in there, even the recommendation was that the local councillor be advised. So I'm surprised that that would not be part of your report. They can just move from one ward to another without any notification.
So they can only move they have to move within their ward. And then if they go to outside the ward, it's meant for those really when you're on the border because of the new ward changes going from 44 to 25 is why we introduced that process.
Yeah, but would we be notified?
We did not put that in here, but it's something we could do.
Well, yeah. I mean, so really the councillor is not notified at all?
The intent is not to have a veto for the councillors.
Well, I think the councillor should have the opportunity to say yes or no. We did that with the clothing boxes, and that got passed, and we all agreed on that. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Councillor Matlow, did you have questions? Nope, okay. Sorry, Councillor Karygiannis, did you want a second round?
Yeah, I just got a couple of questions, Chair, if I can. I was looking what Councillor Francis Nunziata was saying about us having some sort of a say as to where they were going. I was looking at the map, and you were looking at the map, and we understand that no ifs, ands, or buts, that these folks are around low-income areas. Would I be correct? I mean, in my ward, certainly they're right across the street from TCHC or low-income buildings. I see people shaking their heads.
That is correct. 41% of the locations are in neighborhood improvement areas.
Would it be unreasonable for us to work with you and for the councillors to have a final say as to these places when they move or to relocate, or, you know, like, I mean, if we have within the ward, would that be unreasonable for us to have a say, as we have a say with boxes? I mean, drop clothing boxes.
I leave that to your discretion if you want to add that.
Now, how do we go about legalizing, legislating, or regulating overseas loans? I mean, people that can go on the internet. I mean, you look on, we were talking to one gentleman about on cash or whatever, the guy lines up and everybody makes fun of him, and then he goes on the internet and he borrows. How do we regulate those? I mean, is there regulations that we have, or can we ask the federal government for regulations?
So I think it's a different level of government. It's not under our control.
Okay. All right, thanks. Appreciate it.
Good. Okay, thank you. I think that's all. Does anybody else want a second round of questions other than Councillor Karygiannis? No? Okay, speakers on this item?
Jim, I'm going to move that one about the councillor being notified. Huh? You want to do it, or? Well, you want to do it? You can, okay, let Jim do it.
All right, that's fine, whichever, I don't care. I don't care, it doesn't.
All right, shall we move on to the next item while we finesse this one down? Okay, all right. So we're just going to hold this item down while we clean up some motions. So we're going to move on to number 16, which is the municipal licensing and standards enforcement strategies and service standards. I have the registered deputant is Mr. Tim Labrinos from the Emery Village Business Improvement Area.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thanks, sir. You have 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, well, here today to talk about the enforcement strategy that has quite important to not only to our BIA, but potentially others. I think Mr. Grant was a little bit aware of it. Everybody, I think, knows in the committee what the BIA is. It's a group of business owners that work together. We particularly work on an aspect of safety because it's such a big portion of our budget works on enforcement from a separate security firm. One thing, Mr. Chairman, I think I gave you a copy. I think Councillor Matlow is the only one I've never given a copy to of the Emery Village Voice newspaper, but I think everybody else has received a copy before, but I brought additional copies for everybody if you'd like a copy of the Emery Village Voice newspaper. We are one of the largest employment zones in the city. We've been designated as an employment zone. We welcome efforts of enforcement for a number of things. To some, it appears to be inconsistently applied. And this is why here today. A good number of projects that we do, particularly in naming, street naming, community center, just recently Alfie Zappacosta Drive. There's Torrey York, there's beautification efforts, street improvements, etc. And we're working hard to achieve this to create an appealing rejuvenation for the area. What happens is our BA has been very proactive, and we receive phone calls about various complaints about a number of things, and they're related to service standards and property standards, property maintenance, a number of things. Our beautification efforts they're counterproductive to those. We also get referral calls from the councillor's office, from the police departments. They were referring to calls to RBIA to deal with on troubleshooting, and from the members themselves. A lot of these problems are associated with counterproductive to what we're doing, illegally parking. This has been an ongoing issue for about 8 years. The beautification efforts that we do are becoming inappropriately damaged. I believe that at the time, is Mr. Grant here? Oh, there you are. I spoke to him earlier about what we thought was what was called a special constable could lay charges with parking, but a new model has to be created. What happens is all of our efforts are beginning to be counterproductive, and the efforts that we have with bylaw enforcement, a new strategy I think Mr. Grant might be in favor of in terms of planning activities and policy, creating an initiative where experts can help devise this. In the past, I had always felt that our private mobility services, which is the IntelliGuard, they can issue warnings, but they're almost handcuffed in terms of where these warnings are coming from. There's a backlog of cases, and we need more teeth. We've gotten to that point, Mr. Chairman. I had thought in the past, and Mr. Grant may correct us, but that a special constable could lay charges, but apparently not. They say it requires a dedicated bylaw officer, and that reports to the regular chain of command. So we have a solution. We have a proposal today, and we hope that somebody can recommend it to staff to have a look at. And that would be that this committee, through you, Mr. Chair, use the Emery BIA as a pilot project where dedicated officers can be hired. Perhaps a portion of our security budget can go towards the hiring of a new officer, and other BIAs too. I hear other BIAs have these types of issues as well, but we can be used as a pilot project on this particular model. And when other BIAs contribute, perhaps there'll be a minimum amount and so on. So it's just a new model. We're working towards modernization. We're working towards specialization and things like that. That's what I hope you have a look at today. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you to the deputy, I want to thank you, and I understand that the difficulties, the challenges you're facing, but you're not unique. I mean, every industrial area faces the same challenges. Am I to understand that you've asked the city to have bylaw officers come by and give tickets for people that block the sidewalk or are parking on the aprons?
Yeah.
Why not parking enforcement?
Why not do what?
Parking enforcement.
That's what we do as well. That's what we mean by the city. We do that as well. They're warnings. They're ineffective. The answer is this, Councillor Karygiannis. We've gone beyond just calling the police, calling parking. We've hired our own security firm. This has been some time. It's 1/3 of our budget, and it's brought our area to beautification. Unfortunately, some of these issues that you talk about, parking issues, aren't deemed to be vital, aren't deemed to be crucial, are low on the priority list when it comes to health and safety. So they don't get addressed properly, so we have to take it into our own hands. This is how we feel that we can take it in our own hands by paying for it.
Again, this might sound stupid, but I'll ask the question. Have you not asked your local councillor to get involved and ask for stricter parking enforcement?
This is his recommendation as well. Yeah, we have, part of it is when it gets down to, perhaps Mr. Grant can help me understand this. Special constable can deal with parking enforcement. You can hire a private security firm who's, I believe, who is a special constable who can issue those things. This recommendation comes through our last meeting. It went through our AGM. It was approved in January. Councilor Perruzza at our last meeting, they discussed this.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thanks.
Other questions of the deputant? Councillor Filion?
So if I understand you correctly, Tim, you're suggesting, in effect, 2 levels of service, one for people who can, organizations which can afford to pay for the level of service which you think everybody should have, and then the ones who would settle for the existing service levels who can't afford to pay for it. Have I got that right?
Sort of. I mean, it's in the staff report. It's called specialized enforcement. The staff already do that now.
So should we extend that to, so if you have an affluent neighborhood, the neighborhood association can pay money to the city to get adequate bylaw enforcement, but in less affluent areas, they just have to settle for poor bylaw enforcement?
I think they already do.
We want to set up?
I don't know. What I'm asking here is that your staff professionals review this and come back with a recommendation. It's sort of what you're saying, but then again, I have a great faith in Carlton Grant, and I would like to see what he would have to say about it. But it's sort of what you're saying.
Thank you.
Okay.
Other questions of the deputant? Seeing none. Questions of staff? Councillor Filion?
So I'll start out with the question of staff. No, I won't ask that one. I'll just go to the report. So on page 4 of the report, there's a column that says service standard. So I'll just look at the top one, property standards, which is our most common complaint, where it says initial response in 5 days. What is that referring to?
Through the chair, that refers to the initial response from when the service request comes into 311 and when the officer makes that first contact.
So it's to say, yes, we've received your complaint.
It could, through the chair, it could be, yes, we've received your complaint, or yes, we've received your complaint and we want to set up an appointment. So the service response standard is 5 days. However, most, well, I'm going to say 50% of the time, they're making that service standard.
So I'll just, before moving on from that, so the 5 days is just to get back to you, get back to somebody. Our performance level is 70%, our target. Why would our target not be 100% to get back to people in 5 days?
Through the chair, those are the targets we sent based on existing resources. If council wishes those response times to improve, then we would have to have the resources to support that.
And the 52%, is that 52% of 100% or 52% of 70%?
Through the chair, that would be 52% of 70%.
No.
Of 100%, sorry. I stand corrected.
Okay. The motion, which I'm looking to find, it was my motion made at the committee, which no one thank you. No, sorry. My motion for that asked for this talked about service standards for doing something, not service standards for letting somebody know that you'd received their complaint. Do we track, do we have any service standards for actually dealing with a complaint?
Through the chair, are you I want to clarify the question. Are you specific about where in MLS or in MLS in general do we track it?
Okay, so the motion asked for service standards for enforcement, among other things. So is there anywhere in this report that talks about service standards for enforcement?
Through the chair, not for resolution.
There isn't. So
No.
is there any reason when the report request asked for that, is there any reason why you didn't provide that information in the report?
Mainly because the service standards is our response times to reaching out to people. Resolution is sought in a number of different ways, and it's very challenging based on the 30 bylaws that are reviewed to have it specific per bylaw. So we do have different standards. Again, to get to resolution, for something to be resolved, the long grass and weeds one that you and I have discussed before, 1 or 2 days to notify, to give an advisory notice to cut the grass, but then we have to leave 20 days after that as an appeal period. So there are some pieces built in. It is something that I want to develop further so that councillors, your staff, and constituents have a better understanding of our response times beyond the 5 days.
When we met 2 months ago to discuss my concerns about moving enforcement staff, moving all staff out of North York Civic Center, you were going to get back to me with actual standards for doing something by tall grass and weeds, et cetera, were you not?
Yes, and I have those, and they are in a very lengthy document that I think I can make clearer and easier for yourself and your staff and your constituents to be aware of. It's a piece of work that I still need to do. I have the details. It's just, I think it's cumbersome.
So it appears to me, and I'm conscious of the time, it appears to me that basically there are no performance standards for actually accomplishing anything. And if there are, they are so convoluted that you can't provide them to anyone, including this committee.
So you'll notice in the report, we talk about doing a service standards review on page 9. I hear your concerns loud and clear and know that we need to get, and also through the new budget process this year with service standards and outcomes, it is a body of work that we will be doing.
There was an auditor's report in 2017, I believe, which was not complimentary. Has anything, I think there was a section in that talked about standards and proper deployment of staff. What of that has been acted on?
I'm going to defer to the Director of Bylaw Enforcement, who again was heavily involved in that report.
Last question, Councillor.
Through the chair, what I can tell you, Councillor, is there's 3 parts to that report. One of the parts spoke to how we could better deploy our resources. Based on that, a number of things have happened. We have instituted dedicated teams that are concentrating on our high priority matters. We've reorganized our operation into teams, looking towards data-driven results, getting actually to exactly what you're looking for. How much do we do? How well do we do it? And really and truly, is anyone better off because of it? One of the examples I can give you, it's in the report, but just to sort of show you a different way of doing business, is dogs off leash in the parks. The historic way of doing that was to dispatch an officer every time there was a report of a dog off a leash. Obviously, you can understand the logistics of trying to get there in real time. By the time the officer got there, the dog was and the owner were long gone. Instead of doing that, the current method now is using data, plotting the reports of dogs off leash, finding the high incident locations, the time of day, the day of week, and proactively being there to prevent the activity from happening rather than to chase after it and find it.
Councillor Holiday, questions?
Thank you, Chair. It should be of no surprise, like most councillors, bylaw enforcement matters that are complex consume an enormous amount of resources in a councillor's office. And ultimately, they're due to human behaviors. I just wondered in the contemplated review of service standards if there's any thought being given to triage complaints, maybe put health and safety ones first and deprioritize those ones that, you know, we really clearly get the sense that they're frivolous or vexatious or, you know, repeat issues or issues that stem from fighting between two people over, you know, the length of grass that's an inch too tall. And, you know, I just add, you know, if I had a nickel for every time, you know, a constituent said, look, councillor, can you help me? Just tell bylaw not to come. You know, it's the situation again. My neighbor's just calling again just to get under my skin. There's no problem here. And yet, we're obligated to enforce it. We've got to go. Is there any thought to that process in looking at these standards? Is there anything council can do to help create some policies or rules with our support to try to deal with, you know, those scenarios that just seem to be a really big draw on resources where I would prefer you being out there and dealing with the health and safety issues?
So that is our current practice. We do triage. We do have a priority response where we are doing health and safety first. The challenge we're having is on those, the second examples that you provide, is that we can't just ignore a service request. We're moving towards doing some, you know, doing notifications instead of having to send an officer. But we are not in a position to defer our work to anyone, and that's our challenge. Police, for example, through their task force, were able to defer some to other people. We do not have a group to defer to, so we need to respond to all, but we fully agree that it has to be on a priority base, and those are the ones we need to get to, and that's why some of our other issues are, our service standards are suffering.
And so would you contemplate a future report would really talk about those ideas that it's not defer, but, you know, repeat calls or calls that, you know, fall into the category, and you can describe them any way you want, you know, have a much longer service window versus the, you know, the acute issues have the really short service window. And so, you know, we could see council, although it may be a little complicated in the report, I think it'll be pretty intuitive to people that important stuff gets addressed quickly and less important stuff takes longer. And as councillors, we're going to have to, you know, take a little bit of complaint to us as well to say, why is it taking so long? Well, the answer back is because we need to have our bylaw officers focusing on the urgent stuff. Do you see a report coming that would be, you know, it might take a few weeks to get to a particular type of complaint?
So that is our thinking as well, and that's, I think, what Councillor Fillion is driving towards too, some certainty that complaint A is going to take 5 days and complaint C may take 22, but at least some certainty, and that's what's missing right now, and I understand the questions.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Karygiannis and then Councillor Nunziata.
Thank you. Through you to staff, page 3 of 14, and I'm going to refer to Toronto Animal Services. Toronto Motor City promotes responsible, whatever, shelter care and 24-hour emergency response for domestic animals and wildlife complaints. 24 hours? Which means that they're open 24 hours?
Through the chair, we provide 22 hours, 21 hours of coverage at this time. We recently had to change our service standards because we could not meet the bulk of the emergency calls, which is 99% of the service requests that are coming in between 6 a.m. and 1 a.m. In addition, when we looked at our call volumes and we determined that...
Sorry, Chair, my question is very simple. Do you provide 24-hour service?
Through the chair, no, we do not.
Okay. So then this 24 hours is not valid then, correct? What's written in here on page 3 or 4? Shelter care and 24-hour emergency service response for domestic animal and wildlife complaints. If you don't provide 24 hours, why is it that it says 24 hours here?
Through the chair, it's an error.
Or, no. I'm going to walk through a scenario. It's just how it's interpreted. If a call
We're
came in
gonna
at
talk-
8 o'clock
We're
in the...
going to talk about the scenario with the raccoon in the apartment in the 9th floor?
No, I'm talking, we got a call in at 1 o'clock today. Our standard is to respond before 1 o'clock tomorrow, regardless of being open 24 hours a day.
Okay, if I looked
It's
on
our objective, it's our
page-
goal to do it within 24 hours.
5,
Right.
an emergency pet wildlife requiring immediate medical assistance, service standard is 2 hours. So if you get a call at 1 o'clock, are you going to look at after by 3 a.m., 1 a.m. in the morning, are you going to look after by 3 a.m.?
Through the chair, that's our targeted standard. However, as I just previously explained, that we had to change our service standards based on low call volumes at night, lack of resources, supervision of staff, training of staff, absenteeism, and the list goes on and on. So yes, we had to make those hard decisions, but I believe we're continuing to work with our partnerships in the community and Toronto Police Services to manage our response times.
I'm going to go to page 7 of 14. In 2017, MLS created a team focused on workforce development and training in order to develop a comprehensive training program. Do you have a comprehensive training program for the Toronto Animal Services staff?
Through the chair, yes, we do.
And that is something that is readily available, it's written up, it's in a book format, is it on the databases of the City of Toronto, is it readily available?
Through the chair, it is readily available. It's contained in SOPs. We also have orientation manuals. It's contained on the City of Toronto's website in Eli. Supervisors also keep copies of all the training for staff. Training is not just done formally in a classroom, it's also done electronically and at monthly staff meetings.
So the MLS created a team focused on workforce development for Toronto Animal Services. What is it, a page, 2 pages, 5 pages, 20 pages? What is the manual?
Through the chair, there is no manual for the workforce development. That's a fairly new program to MLS, and the framework for that program is being developed.
Sorry, 2017 MLS created a team focused on workforce development and training in order to develop a comprehensive training program for bylaw enforcement officers and other staff through the division. Do we have a manual for people that are working for TAS?
Through the chair.
And if we do you have it available?
Through the chair, all of our officers are given the same orientation training. We do have an orientation guide for, if you'd like to see one. The program was launched in 2017. We had a few hiccups along the way, so we feel we're in a very good place now to promote that kind of training.
So if I ask any TAS staff person and say, do you have a manual, will they be able to provide it?
Through the chair, they have a number of different training manuals, yes.
Would you be surprised if I was to tell you that they're not aware of this? Would you be surprised if I was to tell you that something like this does not exist?
Through the chair.
According to TAS staff?
Through the chair, I'd be very surprised, Councillor.
Shocks the hell out of me. So the staff then that are working, MLS folks that are working, and they've told me directly that there's no such manual, are they lying to me?
Through the chair, I'm not going to comment on that.
Last question, Councillor.
The term manual is you're thinking physically of a manual. Our training is a little more fluid. There's an onboarding piece. There are several pieces, and there's monthly pieces. So I think what you're looking for is a physical manual, but there's a significant amount of training and investment in our staff in animal services.
Are you fully staffed at Toronto Animal Services?
Councillor.
Last question.
Hit the...
Through the chair, we are struggling to maintain our resources. The hiring process has been a challenge for us. However, we are filling every position that comes open as soon as we can. We are understaffed as well, and we will be making a submission through the budget process.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Nunziata, questions of staff?
Yeah, a couple of questions. Now that your last answer, it was my understanding that last year that we put additional money into your account to hire. So I'm surprised that you're saying that you're understaffed. We added on, we gave you the enrichment last year during the budget process.
I believe that was for bylaw enforcement officers, not necessarily animal control officer.
Oh, well, this is just for animal control?
Councillor
Oh,
Carey
okay.
Jansen's questions.
But for bylaw officers, you did hire, and
We've just hired 37, and they're right now going through an extensive training program and are going to be on the road shortly, filling
Okay.
vacancies that existed.
Now, some of the complaints that we get in, the only way that you could monitor and you can actually investigate is because they're different times of the day, so some of them are in the evenings and that. So are we having our staff on these issues, some of these issues that are coming forward, to work in the evenings? And because a lot of the complaints come, it happens at night, not during the day, and then we send someone out and they go, well, nothing's happening, you know, but it's in the evening that it's happening. So are we doing that?
So through the chair, depending on the type of complaint that's coming in, we have different response times. So for investigation services, we'll have one type of response time for those kinds of complaints. So we do have staff working through the evenings that are receiving the types of calls that they should be addressing in the timeframes.
Okay, my last question, I'm not going to take 5 minutes because it's late. Some of these issues, some of these complaints that come in, they're ongoing complaints from the same constituent or the same location. And so we have to keep sending staff out to give them a notice, and then, you know, go on, and it takes weeks and weeks. So rather than do that, can we be looking at being a little more proactive, though? And if you send them a note, for example, high grass and weeds, so if they're absentee landlord, they don't care, and you wait 2 months later, it's like 7 feet high, and, you know. So in incidents like that where you have to keep going back investigating, can we not just go and do the work and then charge it on the property tax? Wouldn't that be a lot easier than keep sending staff out again, over and over again in the same location? I'm just giving you an example of the high grass and weeds.
No, it's a good example, and it's one I've discussed with Councillor Fillion as well, is we need to use data. And when we have repeat offenders, we don't have to wait for the complaint to come in, because that property is a problem every April, May, and we need to be on top of that, and we use new data so that we can be doing that. That is part of the service standard review that we're doing and something we're committed to doing.
So can we, though, the repeat offenders, can we not go in and we used to do that years ago. We used to go and cut their grass and clean up their garbage and then charge on the property tax. And then, you know, we did that before. We were being very proactive. And once they got thousands of dollars added onto their property tax, depending on what the issue is, you don't have these repeat offenders. No?
Through the chair, we do a lot of the remedial work as well, but there is a regulatory requirement to give them sufficient notice. We can't arbitrarily go in to the bad actors. We have to follow the bylaw.
We used to do that years ago. I guess things have changed, eh? Okay.
Okay, all right. Other questions of staff? Seeing none. Speakers? So Councillor Karygiannis, followed by
Chair,
Councillor
I do have a
Fillion.
motion. I gave it to staff a little while ago. I'm not sure if they have it ready.
Okay, we'll stand you down. Councillor Fillion?
Thank you. I have a motion as well, which I'll read out, that the General Government and Licensing Committee request the Executive Director, Municipal Licensing and Standards, to report to the General Government and Licensing Committee at its meeting on October 7th, 2019 on the following. A, performance standards for actually dealing with and closing files related to complaints and investigation services and bylaw enforcement. And B, how the removal of municipal licensing and standards staff from the North York Civic Center is affecting property standards enforcement, particularly in wards where that results in significant travel time for staff. So not to belabor this too much, but I think we need to acknowledge here that we have a portion of a department that is functioning so badly that we have a deputy coming in saying, can we please for a good service level. I mean, that's, if we needed an illustration of how bad it is, that's how bad it is. And it's not sporadic. Unfortunately, and I've had this conversation with Carlton, but and with Tracy before him. It's not. I wish it was sporadic. It's sporadic when it's working well. Occasionally, it'll work well for 6 months or a year, and then it falls apart again, whether it's change in staff or whatever. It's extremely sporadic, but fairly chronically bad. And I have been trying for many years to try to say, okay, let's sit down here and come up with some standards. And I can never, doesn't matter who I meet with, doesn't matter whether it's the local North York staff who aren't there anymore, or Mr. Grant, or anyone, I can't seem to ever, it's like nailing Jell-O to the wall. You can't get any standards, and if we don't have any standards, how do we know whether we're doing an okay job or not? I think anecdotally, we are not doing an okay job. So let's, if that's the case, if we can't demonstrate that we're doing a proper job, let's acknowledge that we're not, and then that generally boils down to two things: lack of resources, or existing resources not being properly deployed and managed, or some combination thereof. So let's get a report back and determine what of those it is. If we have no standards, if we have standards, let's say so in a report and tell us what they are. If we have no standards, let's say that. And if our standards are poor because we don't have enough staff, which is what I think we heard, then let's tell that to council, and council can make a decision, either provide enough staff to do the job, or accept very poor performance standards and be prepared to tell our residents that, or take some other action to, get some improvement here. The second part of my motion deals with the staff at the North York Civic Center, which, the North York councillors found out by memo several months ago that the staff, the councillors who were already expressing concerns about lack of enforcement were told that all the staff in the North York Civic Center had been moved to Scarborough. So the Scarborough Civic Center is, even when you don't have much traffic, is at least 20 minutes from North York Civic Center, and when you have traffic, it can be 45 minutes. So how is that not making poor service standards worse? Makes no sense to me. So I'd like a report back on that, because it just seems completely illogical that wouldn't do anything other than complicate an already existing problem. So there, I think I've said enough.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of the mover? Seeing none. So Councillor Fillion, I just had, staff want to know if they can report back the November general government licensing meeting. They have to submit a report by September 23rd for our next meeting. They won't have time to get it done adequately.
That would seem like a reasonable request. My concern is if we're going to have to deal with the budget, if the answer is we don't have enough staff, but if they can't do it till November, then they can't do it, then I would make that amendment, that change.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay. Councillor Karygiannis to speak.
Just a friendly question, if I may.
Oh, sorry, your questions, Councillor Fillion?
Yes,
Okay.
the question of the mover. I'm looking to have a section of this report regarding Toronto Animal Services come back to us with more specifics of what they're doing there and some of the questions that I raised. And I was wondering if I can attach that to your motion.
Sure, I don't think it matters whether you attach it or it's separate, but I have no problem with attaching it. I haven't seen it, but
Well, I mean, basically, I was going to defer the whole item until January 2020 in order to get back concerns raised by municipal licensing standard staff in the Toronto Animal Services.
so I don't want to wait till January 2020.
No, but I was wondering if I can do it for November along with yours. Would that be okay?
If it's November, sure.
Sure. Can staff, yeah,
Again, I haven't seen it, but sure.
well, I mean, this is, the staff's sort of writing it up.
Sorry, I'm not sure how this computes with mine, because that's a deferral motion. I'm trying to make a motion to, I'm not deferring. I'm asking for a further report back. So I don't think that's complimentary.
Okay, can I ask for a report back? According, okay, you can? Okay, that's fine. Okay, thank you.
Okay, other speakers? Councillor Matlow.
I'm not going to move a motion, but I just wanted to share a couple of observations that I've had that I think many of my residents have had over the years.
This was a question.
With respect to the level of the enforcement and why we have some of the challenges we have. I can't tell you how many times, and this echoes a bit of what Councillor Fillion was saying about just the frustrations of residents with respect to what their expectations are and then what kind of response that they're able to attain. When there's a noise bylaw violation, for example, and somebody calls 311, they're told like that's what you do. You call 311, and they call 311, and they're told that it'll take about 5 days for somebody to come out and address it. And just intuitively, I think one can admit that that just isn't helpful in most cases. It's happening that night. It's happening at 2 in the morning, and that's when they need help, and that's when they feel vulnerable. And not only 5 days doesn't really help the situation as far as addressing what's going on, but there's no way to even attain any evidence to be able to help with any prosecution at that point. It's kind of a done thing. So residents then, I think, reasonably ask, well, then what's the point of all this? Why are we doing this? And I'm sure perhaps some people working at MOS wonder the same thing, but from a different vantage point. But either way, it's dysfunctional. It doesn't work. And it's no blame to staff. It's just that system doesn't work. So I acknowledge, by the way, that I understand that there's going to be a new, I've been asking for this for many years, sort of a SWAT team for noise violations that will be announced, and that hopefully will be helpful. But even with that, I'm sure that we will never fully be able to address the magnitude of complaints that we receive from across the city on a daily and nightly basis. And then we get into long grass, and we get into all these different issues. So there's a couple of things that I've observed. One thing is we don't have the powers that most people think that we have. I've described Toronto to many people as, we're cities in Canada generally, is that we have the highest level of expectations with the least amount of power. And people, through this whole Airbnb issue, for example, everyone thinks that the city can just unilaterally decide what the rules are going to be. And a lot of people didn't understand that this was appealable to the LPAT and that ultimately it is not our last say. And that can be said for a number of different powers that people expect that we're able to just jump like superheroes and go and fix. But really, there are all sorts of hoops and things that we need to do to be able to get permissions to be able to enforce certain bylaws. You were surprised earlier, Councillor Nunziata, that we can't just kind of go and say, hey, we're going to stick you with the tax bill. It's not that simple. So the expectations are different than the reality, and that's something that I think we need to remedy one way or another, and I hope this review will help to seek to address, which is, let's match reality with reality. If we can do something, then we should have the responsibility to do it. If we can't do something, let's stop pretending that we can just because a politician told you, hey, we need to save the day and look like we're doing something, and here's a motion. Be candid with us and say, I know, you may want to look like you're doing something, but realistically, we're just going to raise false expectations and then let people down, and it's not good for anyone, politically or ethically. It's just not a good way to run government. The other thing is resources. I've got a real problem with how we've, each year during budget, whether it be from a mayor or council, tell everybody across the system that we need to cut a certain number, right? Whether it be 1% or 2%. And it's so arbitrary. I've never seen a private business do things that way. Typically, what I believe people do, certainly I do this in my own household, is you thoughtfully consider what your priorities are, what you need to fund, what you can cut. It's not about pro or anti-cut or any of that. It's more just about recognizing where you have redundancy or where you can make some thoughtful cuts and where you need to invest, and then you make decisions based on what your needs are and how much money you have coming in. And to arbitrarily say to MOS, for example, you need to cut or you need to get to a certain 0 or 1 or whatever, without really recognizing what their needs are, puts a lot of pressure on their general manager to come to budget committee and say, we're doing just great. We're doing just fine. And I've seen that happen with many senior staff, that rather than feel comfortable in our system to be able to say, you know what, we actually are struggling. That's not good for your career, and it's not good for the spirit of your staff. Or to say, you know, we need this many extra things, or maybe we can't cut this year. We have a system right now that doesn't really allow a lot of room for that candor. And I think we need to fix that as well. So I just want to round up by saying, I think the system is broken and needs fixing, but I think that the people who work for us, Joe Magalas in my area and others, are exemplary, and I really respect and appreciate the work you do.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Holliday to speak.
Thanks, Chair. Similar vein to Councillor Matlow, I just make the comment that bylaw and enforcement issues are among the top 3 things that go on in my office that cross my desk and take up good time. And it's time that I enjoy spending with my constituents and trying to deal with complex issues. And for the most part, I think our bylaw folks do a really good job. In fact, I've gotten to know many of them and the management team because in my learning on this job, the issues are rarely what they seem on paper. There's always often more to the story, although we enforce the rules that we have before us. And because of the complexity of the issues, I appreciate the work that they do. I am looking forward to the report on standards because that helps a lot for us to deal with difficult situations. And in particular, it's human conflict is normally at the root of things that don't easily get resolved. And I guess if I could leave one message of, besides thanks, is just to push the limit in terms of how we try to deal with these matters. Living in a city of this size, living with increasing density and people in a contained area is only going to lead to more human conflict. And attitudes towards resolving that conflict, I think, have changed over time. Neighbors don't seem to want to talk to each other as much as they used to, or reach an agreement, and people look towards the city or other officials or entities to try to sort stuff out. And that's a very difficult thing to keep up with. In fact, I don't think we ever will. But, you know, some of the things that have tripped me up and tripped others up in trying to get these things resolved is just our approaches to information and privacy. I think we should always question, you know, when it is we cannot share information and why. And I recognize there are very valid times when we can't share the information. And there are other times when I scratch my head and say, maybe we really should, because the outcome will be better, or there's a very good reason for that. So as staff, and I know they don't have a lot of time between now and the time that the next report will come, but to me, I'm really looking for if there's any ideas on there that, or even experiments that we can try to make things better, because I do take the phone calls as the frontline staff do, and I do realize how difficult some of the challenges are in people's day-to-day lives, and they look to the city to help them sort things out, and they look to the city to help them sort out conflicts. And if we can try to get these things resolved faster, better, more successfully, because of the processes that we have, I think it will improve the quality of life of citizens. And I'd like to do my part as a councillor, both in the operational side as a councillor, but also as a policymaker, as a member of council. And I encourage staff to, as I said, push the limit on this. If we can come up with ideas, I'd love to hear them. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Holliday. Councillor Nunziata to speak.
Briefly, because it's late. So I echo the comments made from other members of council. But I think we need to review our bylaws. Like, I really would like us to review our bylaws and the, as Councillor Matlow mentioned, sometimes we can't, the bylaws, we don't have the authority. And some of these issues that come up, constituents expect the city to resolve them, and we can't. And when we say this is not in the bylaw, they just don't understand it, and they go, why not? And, I think we really have to look at that. And because of the issues that are coming up now with Airbnb, a lot of them are operating illegally now. I've been getting complaints. People are partying on the street, and and there's absolutely nothing we can do. So I think that we may have to look at all the, at our bylaws and maybe, make them a little tougher. I like the idea of city going in and, cleaning up some of these repeated offenders' property and just charging them on the property tax. That would smarten them up right away. And as far as staffing, I have been a big supporter, always a supporter, of adding more resources into your department because, as Councillor Holliday mentioned, really the majority of complaints that we get are from your, MLS and complaints like that. And that's visible, visible. People could see the high grass and weeds. People could see the garbage. And that's where really, and I've always supported for us to put more resources into your department because that really makes a difference to constituents, and most of our complaints are to your department. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. That's all the speakers. Councillor Karygiannis.
Thank you. Really appreciate the work the staff has done on this. I do want to speak specifically, and I want to thank Councillor Fillion for allowing me to attach to his motion part of my what I was looking at. There is right now, I'm looking at the report, and it says that I moved it as part as a friendly amendment. Okay. Can we?
You got to say that.
Can I have the motion up, please, so the friendly amendment, so I can move it, please? That's the third line. Right now, if we get a request for an animal services response between 1 a.m. to 6 a.m., staff are not there to respond. So if you got a cadaver in the middle of the street, if you got a dog which is hurt, or if you got an individual that could be hurt, and the call comes in at 1 o'clock, we do not have staff to report. In Councillor Fillion's ward, there was a Rottweiler that pretty well molested a 78-year-old, and this was done during the night. And there was a response because we were able to respond. The officer went in and removed the dog. With the cutbacks that we're facing right now, could it be for budget or a realignment on staff, that individual, we will not have the ability to respond to that call. There's been calls where there was a fire and the police had to remove animals and keep them overnight, either at the fire station or at the police station, because we don't have staff to respond. So I realize that the working is being done in order for us to reestablish the service calls at night, but right now, as it stands, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Nunziata, if there is a call from your ward at 1 o'clock or 1:30 at night for an animal in distress or an animal attacking somebody, we do not have the staff to respond. We do not have officers actually to go out and respond. Not only that, but there's been, I had an opportunity to meet with animal services personnel. There is all kinds of difficulties that they're facing, and I would like to part of that, to have it moved to, along with the rest of Councillor Fillion's request for us to be able to have a report back from staff so we can understand and how we can answer our constituents. Should you get a call from somebody who says, my mother was molested last night by my son's Rottweiler, and I could not get somebody to come out. That's what we're facing with right now. Thank you.
Councillor Karygiannis, just a clarification of, it says concerns raised by municipal licensing and standards staff, and I'm not sure what those concerns are.
Those concerns have been raised by they've been raised by staff, and I have.
In what form? How?
I have sent them, I've met with them and I've given them a letter. And this is a 4-page letter that I can certainly make available to you. The staff have it, and they're looking at it. And there's also difficulties with the
Okay, so
morale.
it refers to a letter from...
From myself to staff.
Okay, so they're concerns raised by you. I'm just trying to be accurate.
Concerns raised by staff that I'm working with MLS frontline workers and officers that I'm working.
Sure, I'm just trying to be accurate with the motion. So it's a letter that you sent them based on your...
Exactly.
So I'd really rather, so it's indirectly, I just think that they should have something, staff should have something to refer to. So it's concerns raised by Councillor Karygiannis.
In a letter to them, yes.
Yeah, so if we can change that, there should be something that they can refer to respond to.
Sure.
So can we change municipal licensing and standards staff to Councillor Karygiannis?
Communication from myself to staff.
I may be able to help with some clarification as well, if you would indulge me. That
We're indulging.
Instead of what I think, I want to put it into, I think what Councillor Fillion is, he wants to talk about service levels, staffing levels, training, the pieces, like, I'd rather it say that than concerns raised by the councillor about staff. I think you want us to address staffing levels, service hours, and training, and any other, I think it'd be more appropriately worded.
You hit the nail on the head.
Thank you.
Yeah, okay, good. I'm much more comfortable with that.
Okay, thank you, Councillor.
Sorry, Carlton. What do you want the wording changed?
So you're reporting back on, instead of the concerns raised by Councillor Karygiannis, talk about reporting back on service, Toronto Animal Service standards, staffing levels, and training.
And response times?
I think that was the second one. Yeah, response times is fine.
Okay, all right, all right, good enough. All right, that'd be good. It's okay by me.
Thank you.
Thank you.
No, I think that was helpful, that change.
You gonna put training in there too? Okay. Can we put training in there, please?
This is Councillor Fillion's motion in front of us, as amended by Councillor Karygiannis with a friendly amendment. All in favor? Carried. Item is amended. All in favor? Carried. And we are back to number 15. Speakers. Councillor Nunziata.
Okay, thank you. I won't be long. So I have two motions, and motion number 4, we can put it on the screen, as far as the creating a minimum separation distance between payday loan establishments and between payday loan establishments and schools. And then motion number 5, to add in consultation with the local councillor, because when I asked that question about if they get relocated to a different ward, are the local councillor advised? And yes, and so the local councillor, in fact, should be advised and consulted and have the final decision. So this all started years ago, actually. I had asked for a report from staff. I'm going back about 10 years at least. And then in 2016, the province was reviewing reviewing the payday loans and the regulations. And so I made a presentation at Queen's Park on behalf of the city manager on the payday loans. And as you know, the province then amended legislation. It was near the end of, I think, the end of the year and that. But as it was, from the deputants that came, if you look at the map, like I have them all in my ward. I have them all, the clusters. I mean, Councillor Karygiannis. And these are in areas where residents are very vulnerable. And I have been approached by constituents in my ward, in the Weston area, throughout my ward, that they've had enough with the payday loans. In Weston in particular, they're side by side. They're just payday loans and dollar stores. And it's just, people are fed up. We're trying to revitalize the area. We got the GO station, we got the Up Express. We're trying to get good development in the area and bring in new retail. And it doesn't help when you have all these payday loans all along Weston Road and Jane Street. Just to an example too is that there was a Money Mart that opened in part of my ward, and it was just in front of a few high-rise buildings. And so when they relocated a ward, there used to be a KFC. So they set up, nobody knew they were coming. They set up and they had these bright lights, the signage that they have around the building that was shining into the building. And I kept receiving calls and complaints from residents. Can they dim the lights? Can they dim the lights? Well, it took me months and months and months to finally, because there was nothing we can do as far as the city. We didn't have any jurisdiction. We couldn't do anything with our bylaws. And so finally speaking to the manager, and what I was told, because it's American, Money Mart, that they have to go to the States and get permission to dim their lights, and they're the ones in the States, they dim the lights for Money Mart that's in my ward, which was shot. I mean, really? So these are the complaints I'm getting, and so I hope you'll support my motions, and as well, Councillor Ainsley has a number of motions that I support. So I'm urging members of council, you may not have any in your ward, but I'll tell you, they will be coming, and so we have to control them just as we did the clothing boxes. We put forward recommendations and restrictions, and so I'm hoping that members of this committee and members of council will support the motions that we're moving today at the committee.
Thank you, Councillor Nunziata. Other speakers? Councillor Karygiannis.
I do have a motion if staff can put it on. Basically, this is similar to what the Councillor Nunziata was trying to say. And what I am looking for is to have the executive director report back on January 6, 2020 on the feasibility of establishing a process for the local government to object to a relocation of a paid loan establishment within the same ward. So if they're located in one area and they see they're not making any money, they want to move closer to a TCHC or a lower income scenario, that the local councillor has the final say. It's the same thing as we have right now with clothing drop boxes.
Yep, okay. So that's it?
That's it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Any other speakers? Seeing none? Okay. Sorry, clock.
Mr. Chair, may I ask very quickly a clarification?
Sure.
Through you, Mr. Chair, to the mover, I wondered if you contemplated some flexibility in that process, that if they come back, staff come back with a recommendation that it's not just the local councillor, but maybe community council or a governing body, or do you insist it be, you know, sort of with the one person, the signature?
Well,
Would
right
you
now,
be flexible?
right now, we have one person's signature when it comes to drop boxes.
Not
That's what we do. As of October the 3rd, one person signature. So this is why I'm using that, and, you know, but it's tough to, it's for the staff to come back and certainly, you know.
Okay, fair enough.
Any other questions or clarification of the mover? Seeing none? Okay, thank you. So I have a couple of motions that I would like to move. The first one is that recommendations number 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 be deleted and replaced with the following. City Council direct the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards, notwithstanding the current provisions in the City of Toronto Municipal Code, Chapter 545, licensing, to immediately cease issuing new licenses to payday loan establishments in the City of Toronto. My next motion, 2A, is that City Council requests the Province of Ontario to limit the annual interest rates for all payday loans to 30% annually. Recommendation 1E be deleted. Recommendation 1E deals with, so we're putting a cap on payday loan establishments. 1E is the recommendation that staff put forward, notwithstanding the cap that would allow payday loan establishments to move from location to location across ward boundaries. So I'm asking for that to be deleted. That City Council require all payday loan establishments in the City of Toronto to provide city-sanctioned information on credit counseling services. 2, our next part, City Council requests the Executive Director of Municipal Licensing and Standards to report to the General Government and Licensing Committee at its meeting on January 6, 2020 on options to restrict advertising from payday loan establishments in the City of Toronto. This report be forwarded to the Association of the Municipalities of Ontario and the Federation of Canadian Municipalities. 3A, City Council requests the federal government to require charter banks to have branches in low-income neighborhoods which offer credit lines to low-income people at the same rate they offer to other customers, and create a national database of payday loan users to stop users from taking out loans to pay off other loans. And finally, 3B, City Council requests the federal government to cap all-day pay loan fees at $15 on every $100 loaned, and amend the Criminal Code of Canada to lower the maximum interest rate from 60% to 30%. And I'll go back to, I'm going to start by going back to my first motion, which is capping the licenses or ceasing to issue licenses. As a city councilor in the southeast corner of Scarborough, I have 5 of our priority neighborhoods. The residents in those neighborhoods, the number one complaint that I get from them is the state of their buildings. Many of them live in TCHC buildings, so I get concerns about the issues around living in the buildings. The next highest one is easily their interaction with payday loan establishments. And it goes everywhere from the rate of interest to trying to understand the rules, how much interest they pay. I have one just down the street from where I live. They have a large sign out on the front lawn. It says $200 for $20. The resident, you know, even I used to laugh and go, well, that's a great deal, until I actually went in there and I was able to figure out $200 for $20 isn't just the first day, it's $20 every day until they pay that loan off. And if you don't read the fine print on a lot of these, or if you have a language barrier, you get in deeper and deeper and deeper. And we heard residents from Acorn, and I hear the same thing in my own neighborhoods about residents, they don't understand what they're doing, they have a loan, they figure out how much money they need to pay off the loan, they go to another loan establishment to pay off the first loan, and it's secular. And as we're trying to help the neediest members of our community, which I know many of you seen the appendix in the report, if you look at the map of where the payday loan locations are in the wards, they're centered around where our TCHC buildings are, our low-income buildings. The example, I don't want to call it a colleague, but Councillor McKelvey, who is in the ward to immediate east of me, I know she has one TCHC building in her ward and a TCHC townhouse complex on Danzig Street. That's the total number of TCHC units in her ward. She has one payday loan establishment at Morningside and Lawrence. If you go into my ward, for example, you go into two higher income areas in my ward, Guildwood and Seven Oaks, you won't find a payday loan establishment anywhere. I think all of us have heard horror stories and concerns around payday loan establishments. I know as the two gentlemen that were here, they were saying, you know, we have stricter rules and regulations, but you know, I think that's the minority. I don't remember the last time I heard a good news story about a payday loan establishment. As city councilors, when we're trying to build our communities, make sure everybody has a sustainable living, to strengthen our communities, I think we have a responsibility to look at payday loan establishments and a much stronger level of enforcement. So I'm putting these motions forward, and I hope everyone will support them. Thank you. Questions of the mover? No? Oh.
Just one quick question, Chair, if I may. Regarding our request for the federal government, did you have an opportunity to speak to staff and find out that everything that we're asking for is doable and it's within the Constitution or whatever else and whatever else?
Yeah, they think it's doable. It's just a matter of getting the federal government to buy in. At one point, the federal government actually had a much stronger role to play in payday loan establishments, and they delegated it down on the province. The province, I don't think for whatever reason, it's been a big concern for them, which, you know, I think the other part of the motion asking in this report to be sent to AMO and FCM, so they're aware of what the City of Toronto is doing.
Fantastic, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we have, motion number 1 by myself.
Just approve everything.
Want to do everything as a package? You want to record some of them? Yes, please. Okay, all right. Yep, so my first motion is motion number 1. Actually, I'm going to ask for a recorded vote on that one. All in favor? Councillor Filion, Councillor Karygiannis, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Nunziata. Opposed? Councillor Holiday. That passes. Motion 2A. Councillor Holiday, just wanted to tell me which ones you want recorded votes on them?
Yeah, I would like to record this one.
Okay. Councillor Holiday would like a recorded vote. All in favor? Councillor Filion, Councillor Karygiannis, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Nunziata. Opposed? Councillor Holiday. That one passes. Motion 2B. All in favor of motion 2B? That passes unanimously. Motion 3A. All in favor? That passes unanimously. Motion 3B. You want to record it? All in favor of motion 3B? Councillor Filion, Councillor Ainsley, Councillor Matlow, Councillor Nunziata. Opposed? Oh, sorry. Councillor Karygiannis is in favor. Sorry. Opposed? Councillor Holiday. That passes. Motion 4 by Councillor Nunziata. All in favor? That passes unanimously. Motion number 5 by Councillor Nunziata. All in favor? That passes unanimously. Motion number 6 by Councillor Karygiannis. All in favor? That passes unanimously. Am I missing one?
So the only thing is, consider motion 2 again, because recommendation.
We're done. Yes.
Like, given that
What?
first recommendation passed,
Right.
that's all been deleted.
Okay.
You mean back and forth within the word?
And take out this one.
You know, I mean, if they're
Oh, okay.
from an area,
Are you sure? Can we keep it in? Yeah, because we did delete number 1, right?
Yeah, we did number 1 and 2. It's just because, so this one here.
Sorry, members.
motion 2A,
Yep.
we'll re-vote on it, given that, and it's just re-voting on number 1.
Okay.
This is moot because this one, so
Okay.
let's just retake the vote. on
Okay.
2A.
Sorry, Councillor Karygiannis. Sorry, just have to clean up motion 2A. Because motion 1 passed, the second part of motion 2A is redundant. So we just, yep. Because motion 1 passed. Motion 1 passed, which deleted section 1. So in motion number 2, I asked for a section of motion 1 to be deleted. So it's redundant, we just have to vote on that again. And I don't, okay.
you're asking to withdraw it?
No. We have to vote, just re-vote on this. Without part number 2.
So just the first part?
Yeah, just voting on the first part. Okay, all in favor? Opposed? Councillor Holiday, and that passes. Okay, item is amended, all in favor?
No, nothing is
Oh,
because the recs were deleted in here.
Okay,
We have one more vote. The conference, we got to confirm.
oh yes, yep, sorry. So we don't have to vote on the item as amended?
No, because
Okay, perfect,
that it was deleted from here.
perfect. Okay, Councillor Matlow?
That the General Government and Licensing Committee pass and declare as a bylaw a confirmatory bill to confirm the legislative proceedings of the General Government and Licensing Committee acting under delegated authority at meeting 7 held on September 4th, 2019.